Thank you. You may be seated.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to start next Wednesday.
Schedule call Mike Fagley.
Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Have a seat. Speak loud enough into the microphone. Go ahead, Steve.
Yes, Your Honor. And before we begin, Your Honor, the state, pursuant to a search warrant, pursuant to business record affidavit, moved to the United States Exhibits 172 and States 173, and they are records from T-Mobile and cell phone tower information, subject to any objection by the police counsel. No new objections.
Submitted. Heard it.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Michael Fagley, and that last name is F as in Frank, E-G-E-L-Y.
And Mr. Begley, where do you work?
I work for myself, a company called Cellx Analytics, that's C-E-L-L-X.
And what does Cellx Analytics do?
Essentially what I talk about is geolocation analysis. So in other words, I can take data from different formats, different types of location-based data, and I can map it and analyze it. So anything from cell phone records, GPS records, records from like car navigation systems, anything that has location-based data with it, and typically that also includes like date and time. So what you can do is put the data into a processing system, a software program, and it creates a Google Earth file, and then you can move through time and look at that data in a graphic way, as opposed to these just sets of numbers and dates.
So Mr. Begley, kind of in short, you were able to analyze this data and then put it into a graphic format for presentation.
That's exactly what it does. Yes.
Now, Mr. Begley, previously to working at Cellx Analytics, what was your first kind of experience with anything in terms of cell phone mapping?
So I was actually a Fish and Wildlife Enforcement Officer in Montana, so a game warden essentially, and then became an investigator, so really a detective type position where I was supporting a lot of other field wardens who didn't have time for more technical training and things like that. And so I got involved in a case with it's actually a mountain lion case where we had cell phone records that we received and could look at what the witness statement said, what the hunter said, and what the cell phone records showed. And this was in 2014, and started using it after that because I realized how valuable this type of data was, and obviously how common cell phones are and how everyone typically has their phone with them at a lot of times, no matter what they're doing.
So after first beginning that, I guess that first introduction into using that type of technology, did you continue to use it, and did you aid other law enforcement entities in that technology?
Yeah, so I started then in 2015. I took a 40-hour course to get more familiar with the records, what was available, started using some new software that was automating this mapping as opposed to looking at it manually and going through that long process. And then I took another advanced training in 2015 Took more training in 2016, just kept doing that. And then I also, as part of my job, was to work with other agencies, whether it was city police, county sheriffs, federal law enforcement people in my town. And through those interactions, I started essentially mapping their records for them and helping them with their cases. And so I got involved in a wider variety of cases, not just natural resource type crimes, but other things you would think of more traditional law enforcement type activities.
And Mr. Bentley, at that time, when you were helping these other law enforcement agencies with this different type of mapping and information, what is there any of the company that actually has this information and uses it for those presentations?
Yeah, so the company that I originally did my training with and that had the software program, the company is called ZX, ZETX, and the software program that actually does the mapping is called TRAX, that's TRAX.
And so this is the same software and that you did training on as well as presentations for other law enforcement agencies?
Yes, I mean it's morphed over the years as made improvements to it, but that was the original automated version that I used after essentially learning how to hand map these records and do it the manual way.
Did you educate these other agencies as to use how to use the software?
Yeah, I helped them with their casework and showed them what was available. I did trainings for the other law enforcement officers that I worked with in my agency, just to basically let them know that, if you run across this type of case or you run across this issue, these things are available to you. And then, that's part of the struggle with that is even knowing what to ask for or what's available from the different cell phone providers. But yeah, I got involved I became that guy. So all of a sudden my plate got full because people were throwing cases towards me.
Ultimately, did you and ZX enter into a relationship to where you would do trainings?
Yeah, so I was continually hosting trainings for my agency, and then the owner of the company in 2017 asked me to come work for him as a trainer. So I did that part-time until February of 2018, and then I took a retirement and went full-time with the ZX company as a trainer. So I traveled around the country training law enforcement, defense experts, private investigators, insurance investigators, just anybody who had the need for that type of training and access to that resource of the mapping programs.
Did ZX ultimately get purchased by another company?
Yes, ZX got purchased by a company called Relex or LexisNexis is the branch they're under. So they got purchased by them in 2021 is when it was finalized.
And ultimately, sometime thereafter, is that when you went out on your own doing Celex analytics? Ultimately, afterwards, is that when you went out on your own for Celex analytics? Yes,
the LexisNexis company, the role that I had was primarily at that point doing testimony and court work with agencies around the country. And Lexis said that they did not want to do that part of the company's work, really. So what they did is gave me all the cases that I was working on, and now they just refer cases to me if stuff comes into them with requests.
Now, have you put together presentations and testified to them in court in the past?
I have.
Now, the information that you received, for example, right before you took the stand, we admitted a T-Mobile cell phone data information. Can you explain to the jury, when you receive something like that, what is it and how do you interpret it?
So each cell phone company produces a different type of report. They have a lot of similarities. So if you think of, especially like back in the day when you would actually get a cell phone bill that showed, what calls you made at what times and what length they were. So one of the reports that they all produce is exactly that. It just shows a date and a time. It shows the number that's calling or being called. It shows the duration of the call, so how long it lasts. And then they also give you other information. So they give you cell phone tower information or cell site information that tells you which which tower your phone was connected to at the time. It also gives you what's called sector information. So if you think of the traditional cell towers that you see, typically have 3 sides to them, and each of those sides is called the sector. So they tell you which sector or which direction that particular antenna is pointed at the time, and then they give you, the other information about the call depending on which format it is. And then there's secondary types of information that the providers also give you, and it has more to do with just this tower registration. There's if you think about if your cell phone is on at any given time, it's constantly talking to the network. You don't have to do anything to it because the phone and the cell phone network need to communicate with each other so that they work correctly. So in other words, if you're at home and you get up and you drive to work and it's 20 miles away, if your phone isn't talking to your cell phone network and a call comes in, there's no way for that network to route the call to that correct tower and sector so that it connects to your phone. And that interplay is always going on. It's always looking at the cell sites that are out there, it's looking at signal strengths, and so the providers also can give us that information. And it typically is just, like I said, a registration. It's just the phone talking back and forth, making sure that it has a good coverage, make sure that there's good signal strength, those type of things. And that usually comes in some cases, a distance from tower measurement, so we can tell what sector, what direction you are from the tower, and then it says, and you're 1.2 miles away. And it's I kind of think of it like a ping. Like the old one is the sonar on the submarine where they ping down, and then the sound comes back up from, when it bounces off the ship. And mathematically, you can figure out about how far away that is. This is obviously a much more advanced system, but that's some of the data we get from the providers.
So I think someone answered my next question already. So knowing this tower information, this sector information, that allows you and your system to then map out where that phone is.
Yes, the track software maps it into the Google Earth file, and then what you can do is what's called a timeline slider. You can move that slider forward or backward in time, and it shows those calls or those tower registrations graphically on the map. So you can get an idea of basically, if a phone is moving or if a phone is static, you can look at that based on that interplay between the network and the phone and also the call activity.
And Mr. Quigley, I believe you mentioned that even if your phone is not moving, that it's still communicating with those towers. Or even if you're not actively using the phone, unless it is powered off or turned off, it's still communicating. Is that correct?
Yeah, unless you turn it off, unless the battery dies, or you put it in airplane mode, which disconnects it from the network. If it's on and it has a cellular connection, it's constantly going to be doing that back and forth.
So, Mr. Quigley, when doing these presentations, are you supplied, first the records from the phone company in terms of phone calls, text messages, and tower information, as well as anything like videos, Google Earth, or other information such as body cam, whatever it may be in your presentations?
Yeah, when I do presentations, what I do is I take these records and I map them, and then I look at the time frame that's being analyzed or being investigated, and then I can take any other data that has location information, and essentially if license plate reader cameras are common, and what I can do is go to that time and place in the phone records, and if there's activity in the area of, say, where the license plate reader is, then I can put the address of the license plate reader in Google Earth, and I can get a location of it, and then understand that this graphic that's on the map it's an estimate of where the phone is, but I look to see, is that reasonable for where the license plate reader saw this vehicle that was involved. Or I can take surveillance video, still photos, traffic cams, body cams, anything that has time and date on it and that we know a location of, and I can put that on the map and then see if the phone activity is consistent with being in that general area or estimated area.
Mr. Begley, I believe you mentioned something called a TRAX system. What were you referring to there?
TRAX is, and I said it's TRAX, it's the name of the software program that does the mapping. So it's an automated system where you can choose a color for a particular device, you can choose a time zone that you want the records mapped in, and then you upload the actual phone records to that software program, and it creates that, what's called a KML. It's the keyhole markup language, is the programming language that Google Earth understands. So then once you get the product back from the TRAX program, you can open it in Google Earth and move through time and see that graphic representation of the phone activity at whatever time frame you're looking at.
Now, Mr. Begley, when you do these presentations, are you interlaying different information on top of the other? Say, for example, surveillance video with phone calls or text messages and things like that in your presentations?
Yes, essentially anything I'm provided that is evidence in the case, I can look at the date and the time that an activity happens, and then again look to see, is there phone activity in that area? Do we have a call? Do we have that underlying network transactions that are going on, and see if it's consistent with the device being in that area at the time.
And Mr. Begley, did our office contact you in regards to creating a video with information provided by us in the case of State of Texas versus Andre McDonald?
Yes.
Your Honor, Madam President.
Yes.
Mr. Begley, I'm showing you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 174. Do you recognize the initials and date on that disc?
Yes, those are my initials and today's date.
Is this the video that you prepared for our office in this, concerning the case of State of Texas versus Andre McDonald?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time we move into evidence Exhibit 174, subject to objection by the defense. No objection.
So good.
Commissioner Polish?
Okay.
Your Honor, may I step down and grab my water?
Hold off. I'm having all the rules and not take anything up there. So they're not drinking during questions, so sorry.
That's fine.
And Mr. Begley, right here at the very beginning, what are you showing?
This is just an overview of the San Antonio area.
Mr. Begley, earlier you had described cell phone towers and cell phone sectors. What are we seeing here on this image?
So the little icon that looks like a lollipop essentially is just the graphic representation of where this cell tower is through the Google Earth map.
The reddish area that it's showing, what does that depict?
The reddish area is what's called the radio frequency horizontal plane. So it's essentially the typical propagation pattern of a cell phone antenna. So it's one side or one sector of that cell phone antenna. You refer to the red area as a handoff area. And what that means is, if you think about, like I was speaking about traveling from work, your home to work, and if you have a continuous call connection as you go from your home to your work 20 miles away, what your phone does is it hands off to a different cell site in a different sector as you travel. And by necessity, it has to do that to have that continuous connection that we want in our calls. And so this handoff area is essentially just an estimate of where you could be during this connection. Now, you could hand off before you get outside this red area to a different sector. You could, if you leave this red area, essentially what we're saying is we're estimating that if you leave this, especially in any significant way, you're going to hand off to a different cell site and sector because they have finite patterns that they're responsible for.
Is that part of the way you track it?
Yes, you can see, when I've seen that where we've had connections that last for 45, 50, 60 minutes, however long as someone's traveling, and what you see is a consistent pattern of switching from one cell site and sector to another cell site and sector to another cell site and sector. And obviously the providers build these things. It's very expensive to build these networks, so they want to get as much range as they can out of each one of those structures. So it's dependent on where you are. If you're right in the middle of San Antonio, it's going to be a lot different than if you're out in the hill country somewhere. And the idea behind it, or I should say the sizing that is represented here, is dependent on tower density. So if you're in an area that's very dense towers, so again, right in the middle of San Antonio or right downtown Dallas, there's many more cell sites and sectors that your phone has options for. So it's going to, by necessity, hand off much more often than if you're in a rural area where you have those big 300-foot tall towers that are spread much farther distances apart. So this handoff area gets larger and smaller based on that tower density. And that's how the TRACS program estimates these areas, is it looks out in that direction where that sector is pointed, and it looks for the closest towers. How dense is it? How close are those towers to this particular tower and sector?
Pause it here on a graphic that appeared that says TRACS and then T-Mobile with certain information. Is this, you said that TRACS is the program that you're using, correct?
Yes.
And of course, within this box, there's certain information. And as we saw a moment ago, you use certain arrows to kind of identify pertinent information as far as as your presentation moves on, so the user understands what it actually means. On this TRACS information that you have, what information is available to the person viewing it?
So essentially what this call out is the information right from the provider. So this is what T-Mobile gave us in this record. So for this particular line in the T-Mobile data, we have this transaction, and then what the TRACS program does is just populates it into this box. So as you're analyzing the records, instead of having to take row 553 and go back to the records and say, oh, what was the date, what was the time, if you click on the tower icon, it pulls up that information and populates it in this box. So you can see the date and the time, you can see the number that's being analyzed, because if you have multiple records, you can have multiple what we call target numbers. And then you can see the other pertinent information. So you can see what number is calling or being called, what is the duration of that particular transaction, and then it'll give you tower information, and then it gives us the last box is what's called, it explains the time zone. So T-Mobile records, some Verizon records, and AT&T records come in what's called UTC time, or Universal Time Coordinated. And what that is just the time over Greenwich, England. I mean, I think of it as like the 0 hour. It's when there's going to be a New Year's Eve, it has to turn the New Year somewhere first, and that's going to be over Greenwich, England. And a lot of companies use that UTC time as a baseline because it's a standard. And then what the program does is it gives you the ability to put it into the time zone for the locality that you're looking at. So in this case, Central Time.
So you adjust for Central Time in this aspect?
Yes, it just for Central Time, so that when you're in the Google Earth program and you're moving that little timeline bar, that slider, it's showing the correct location at the correct time for that transaction.
And Mr. Beckley, so I understand correctly, the target number that is indicated, is that the person making the phone call?
Well, it's the target number is the phone number for this particular transaction that you're seeing the graphic on. So that's the number that you're using the records for.
So the activity from that phone?
Yes.
And then the part where it says connected to and has a number, what is that indicating?
And that's going to be the number that you're calling or that's calling in to this particular phone. Mr. Beckley, I see now that you're putting some geographic information on the Google Maps. What did you mark there? I marked the Lackland Air Force Base.
And the true call information that you're putting here, please let us know, what is that?
So this true call, which is what T-Mobile called it at that time, is that what I was talking about, that network registration, where the phone and the network are talking to each other. So they give us, again, the tower, the cell site, they give us the sector, so they give us that direction that antenna is pointed, and then you can see there's an arc, and that is the measurement of the distance from that tower that T-Mobile is estimating for that phone. So we can just draw it as an arc because that represents, again, if you think about that handoff area, it represents essentially the boundaries of that. So you're looking at that distance, and they don't tell us on that arc where the device is, but they just tell us that this is the distance.
That's where the device is interacting with.
Yes, and they're essentially giving us the date and the time, the tower information, the sector information, the distance, and then in some of these reports, they actually give you signal strength and interference ratios and all the other stuff they're collecting so that the phone and the network can work correctly together.
And this icon, is it just indicating the date and the time that the call ended?
Yes, they give you start times and end times. It varies, and then again, that same information, the distance from tower, what the tower information is, what sector it is, and then the time zone, the same basic idea there.
And I see here that you have two different people indicated with two different phone numbers. You use two different colors. What's the purpose of this?
The colors are just essentially to differentiate between devices anytime you're looking at these. If you have more than one device, it's a good graphic way to understand which phones you're talking about. So
the phone that you identify as Andre's phone number with the number 954 854-3104 is down here at the bottom portion of the screen in red. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then the number that you identify as Andreen's phone, 850-376-6443, is at the top portion of the screen in purple.
Correct.
And in this graphic, it's showing that Andreen's phone was calling Andre's phone.
Correct.
And when the phone call ended.
Yes, this is that true call report for that time frame.
At military time at 16:19 hours, so approximately 4:19 p.m.
Yes.
on February 28th.
Yes.
Mr. Craig, we see certain kind of almost lollipop-looking icons appearing. What is this indicating?
So what you're seeing there is as the phone is traveling, you start to see those registrations to the cell sites. So there's no call activity during this time frame, but you're getting those true call tower registrations. And that's what we look for. When we see that, it's obviously indicative of movement.
And movement to an area that's further north and slightly east from where it originated.
Correct. And it looks to be right along the interstate corridor, which makes sense for what we're seeing.
We see an address of 4230 Thousand Oaks Drive. Is that within this sector of this tower?
Yes, and you can see the true call distance from tower measurement is approximately right on that address.
And the Google Earth image that you're showing is block advisors, correct?
Yes. And that's, in Google Earth you can go into Street View just like Google Maps and look at imagery, and you can actually go in and look at different sites.
And this is showing Andre's phone at that location, or near that location.
Yes.
Then you have another icon of 1042 Solitude Cove near the purple graphic on Andreen's phone. And this her phone would be in this general area.
Yes, again, you can see that the true call measurement data is consistent. I can't say that the phone's at that address, but what I can say is if you were at that address, that's what I'd expect to see, is I'd expect to see that distance be, correct from the tower. And they're not exact, but you'll see they can be pretty good.
Then we see what appears to be movement by Andreen's phone down to the 4230 Thousand Oaks area. What is that depicting?
Yes, you can see, again, you have those true call reports where we can see that they're consistent with movement through that corridor. In this case, we also have some call transactions. So you can see the handoff areas are obviously larger or cover a bigger geographic area, but that's what I would expect to see, again, through that travel, is those registrations with those cell sites through that whole area.
And at this point, it appears both phones are in that same area, 4230 Thousand Oaks.
Yeah, and again, I can't say they're at that address, but what I can say is if you were there, this is consistent with the device being at that address. I can't say where on the arc the phone is, but if you were there, that's what I'd expect to see.
Mr. Begley, we now see activity leaving from the 4230,000 Oaks and traveling closer to the 1042 Solitude Cove. Is that an indication of movement?
Yeah, it's indicative of travel. We see the same pattern we saw going south is consistent with the pattern we see going north, and it's just that as you're moving, your phone's just constantly doing that back and forth.
And Mr. Begley, I see a red and purple line here. Right next to each other. What does that indicate?
So this is, both devices are essentially getting that true call report, that registration on the same cell site and the same sector. So they're not measuring exactly the same distance, but you can see they're very close.
Now, Mr. Begley, now we're seeing a different graphic. What information are you pulling up here in your presentation?
So this was a search history I was given from one of the phone extractions, and again, this is a case where what I do is I look at other evidence I'm given and look at the location of the phone at the time of search history or anything else that has a date and time stamp on it. So we can, again, if we have a registration within a couple seconds of when a search is done, we got an estimate of where the phone was as that was happening.
So the graphic that you're displaying here, you put a red icon. This is the search history from Andre's phone starting at 7:01 p.m. Central.
Yes.
There's also an indication of an Android browser. Is that just simply the browser on the phone?
Yes. That's
and
it.
then the topics that we're seeing here, such as register business in Texas, Texas comptroller, are these the things that are being searched?
Yes, that's from the phone extract. That's where this is taken.
And then, Mr. Begley, are these further search terms from the same phone, Andre's phone?
Yes.
Now, earlier you had indicated both the red and purple markings lines near 1042 Solitude Cove. Both devices were at 1042 Solitude Cove. Is that consistent with what you'd see in terms of that tower information?
Yes, that's what I expect to see. If you were at that address, that's what I'd expect to see, because the distance from tower and the sector, the way the sector points, is consistent with that address.
So, based on that time frame that you've already indicated, does that show that these searches are being done near 1042 Solitude Cove, or if the device was there, that's what would be consistent?
Yeah, that's what I'd say. If the device was there at the time these searches were going on, that true call data is what I would expect to see.
This continuation of that search history by Andre?
Yes.
And Mr. Begley, suffice to say that Andre is searching several different topics during this time frame.
The phone is.
The phone is, yes. The device. Now, what is happening here, Mr. Beckman?
This is just the call that's going out from Andreen's phone. So you see the larger handoff area, but we have the underlying true call data.
And here?
It's the same thing, but with Andre's phone. So we have a call, and then we also have that underlying true call data.
We see a slightly different area for the purple. What is that indicating?
It's essentially what we see is the phone is accessing a different cell site and sector. It's still consistent with, if you were at the address, it's still consistent with being usable. And a lot of times when you see that, depending on where a particular spot is that you're using a device, it can switch between cell sites for many different reasons. I've had cases where we can see if someone goes into a building, especially a dense building like the Alamo or something where you're really blocking signal. What happens is you might switch to a different cell site because if you're on a higher frequency, it has a hard time penetrating those types of buildings. It carries data much more easily at high frequency, but it doesn't penetrate well. So a lot of times you'll see if someone goes, I've seen it where they go in a basement and it's more dense area, it'll switch to a different cell site that transmits on a lower frequency because you get that good penetration in the building. And we've tested this with scanners where you go up onto a second floor apartment and you use a different cell site there than the apartment right below. So you can do this moving around your house, walking to your neighbor's house, sometimes just going to the second floor in your house will cause it to go to a different cell site. Going near a window, that's another one that all of a sudden we have a better signal because you went near the window, so your phone hands off to a different cell site. And that's the whole idea behind this true call, is that's what the true call is doing. It's looking at those quick little, it's not waiting for you to make a call, it's looking all the time at your phone and the network and doing those switches so that you have a good connection.
Is this a call being made from Andre's phone?
Yes.
And the end of the call approximately 7:45 p.m. on Andre's phone.
True call report, yes.
And the same on Andre's phone, 7:45 p.m. on the true call report.
Correct. But now we see the phone is not consistent with Andre's phone being at the residence. You can see that distance between the two. So both phones are connected to the same cell site and sector, but now there's a difference in that distance from tower measurement that's being read.
So as Mr. Beckman said, that they may be using the same tower, but now it's inconsistent with
I'm sorry,
Andre's phone.
Stephen, can you repeat?
I apologize. Mr. Beckman, you said that Andre's phone was inconsistent from being at that same location, but they're using the same tower.
It's the same cell site and sector, but now we have that different distance measurement. And again, we can't say where on the arc the device is, but we know it's too far away to be at the residence at that time.
Now you indicate a shell station, which is in that same area, interacting with the same tower earlier. Is that correct?
Yes.
And were you able to take surveillance video from that shell station and integrate it into the presentation?
Yes, I did.
Mr. Beckley, are you matching the cell phone information and tower information that you have to the available surveillance video times?
Yes, I'm just, again, looking at the time of this surveillance video, is there phone activity? And if so, is it consistent with the area that we're looking at on the video? And it's, it's not always exact, but within reasonable time frames.
And Mr. Beckley, we just saw a skip on a vehicle that was over in that area. What's the reason for that?
This video had jumps like that, and I think some of these surveillance video, if there's no motion activation, they don't record, so it probably was that.
And Mr. Beckley, now we're seeing something, some texting embedded on the video. What is this?
These were text messages I was provided from the cell phone extract with timestamps on them. So again, I'm looking at, is the phone activity in an area? If so, is the surveillance video at the same time frame? And then what phone activity from the forensic extract do we see during the time frame that the phone is consistent with being in this area?
And so, Mr. Beckley, does this match up that this text was sent by, it says Andreen text Andre at 7:45 p.m. is consistent with the text being sent with this surveillance video at this location?
Yes.
And continuing texting, correct?
Correct. There's texts back and forth in both directions during this time period.
Mr. Beckley, after the individual pumps gas, we see continued text messages that he receives?
Yes.
Messages that he is sending to, that Andre's phone is sending to Andre's phone.
Yes.
And this, Gregory, to the best of your ability, you're matching these text messages and when they're sent and received in real time with the video.
Yes, to the best of my ability.
Specifically, it appears there a continuation of text messages. Are you able to indicate where these text messages are sent by Andre's phone?
I can't say where. Again, I'm looking at that true call report. It is close to the time of the actual transactions possible. They're not always exact, just because you don't necessarily produce a report just because you're making or receiving a text message. But again, it's somewhere along that arc or close to that arc.
And the true call time ending at 20:02 or 8:02 p.m.
Correct.
And especially here in this graphic, you show multiple lines for both red and purple, and then some true call information for both phones. I believe interacting at 8:02 p.m. on February 20, 2009. And it says until 12:02 a.m. March 1st, 2019. What happened at 12:02 a.m.?
Well, essentially this is, with the Google Earth timeline slider, you can open up a span of time. So instead of going through small increments, you can look at a large span of time. And it just For this part, that's what I'm seeing is that consistent tower registrations for both devices. Can't say where they are, but you can, if you look, you can see all three of those cell sites and sectors intersect. Each one of those arcs intersects right over the residence. So then this was up until the last registration on Andreen's phone was 12:02 a.m. on March 1st.
Then we see Andreen's phone at 12:02 a.m. as the end time on the true call, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Pedley, if you put a graphic above that, that's the last activity that Andreen's phone has with the network.
Yes.
What does that indicate to you?
Well, it went off the network for some reason. It could be on airplane mode, it could be powered off, the battery could die. So essentially anything that would break that connection between the device and the T-Mobile network.
Here was a end time at 12:40 a.m. on Andre's phone. This is still showing activity on his phone.
Yes.
And again at 1:48 a.m. still showing activity on Andre's phone.
Yes.
Here, Mr. Pedley, we see text messages sent by Andre's phone to Andreen's phone, one at 1:50 a.m. and another at 1:52 a.m.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Correct.
And Andre's phone continues to have true call activity at 12:40 a.m. and 7:08 a.m.
Yes.
Mr. Pedley, you're now indicating a graph that says Andreen recovered July 11, 2019.
I'm sorry, Mr. Spear.
You're now showing a graph that says Andreen recovered July 11, 2019. Is this the area in which the body was ultimately found?
Just object to foundation, Your Honor.
Did I already admit this video? I mean, it's already demonstrated.
It's demonstrative, Judge.
Okay. We have no objection to the graphic. I'm just saying the question implies a number of things that there's been no foundation for knowledge of this witness.
It's overruled.
Is this a Google Earth image?
This is an actual photograph image. The first one was the Google Earth image. So I was provided this image from from the district attorney's office, and so I simply took the location I was given and the image, and then just went into Google Earth Street View to match up the graphic from the evidence photo that has the tape with the Google Earth graphic. So it's simply just showing that, yes, this is consistent with the area I was told the body was recovered at.
And Mr. Pegler, for presentation purposes, this is showing the distance between 1042 Salt Depot and that area.
Yeah, it was just showing the relative distance between the two locations.
And Mr. Pegler, there's another text sent by Andre to Andreen at 7:09 a.m.
Yes.
Mr. Pegler, here we see those kind of lollipop-like icons. Is this indicating movement from the 1042 Salt Depot area down to the Blackland Air Force Base area by the device?
Yes, it's consistent with that pattern of movement, just like we saw before, those registrations as you're moving down the highway.
And I should clarify by the Andre device.
Yes.
And again, Mr. Pegler, this is showing Andre's device having interaction with a tower near Blackland Air Force Base.
Yes.
Mr. Pegler, is this showing a phone call by Judy Lorenzana to the Andre device at 10:18 a.m. on March 1st, 2019?
Yes, the number that's displayed was identified as her number with the information I was given.
And Mr. Pegler, with the information that you received, that the Andre device received multiple contacts from various individuals during that morning time frame, correct?
Yes, and essentially the graphic is just showing the phone activity through a longer time frame, and then I'm just showing the activity information I was given for other types of communications that were happening, because obviously we're not going to see anything you do from Facebook or WhatsApp or Snapchat or any of these functions. Those are separate. You're using them on your device, but they're data connections. So what we have is the true call information, and then those handoff areas for actual calls that were incoming or outgoing throughout this time frame.
And then here you list if it's a irregular phone call at the top versus Facebook Messenger are calling through the WhatsApp.
Yes, that just indicates what type of interaction it was, and that again is from the forensic report, the actual dates and times of those other activities.
And Mr. Begley, on the graphic that you have of the, I guess, initial 5 missed calls, the call at 12:10 and 40 seconds and or shortly after noon is from Carol Ganbar to an Andre who is actually answered on Facebook Messenger, correct?
Yes.
And the length of that call was 49 seconds?
Yes.
Now, at 12:16 p.m. on March 1st, the tracks showing a call from Andre's phone to Andre's phone.
Yes. It's an outgoing call from Andre's phone to Andreen's phone.
And this a phone call from Andre to another individual?
Yes.
And that phone call ending at 12:21 p.m.
Yes.
Between Maureen calls Andre on WhatsApp and the conversation lasts a minute and 20 seconds.
Yes, and this doesn't represent the call. This just represents the true call that's closest to that time frame. That's why I put it in there, because it gives an estimated location of the device at the time of that transaction, that WhatsApp transaction.
And another call at 12:22.
Yes.
Ms. Begley, at this point, does it indicate movement of the device from the Lackland Air Force area to 1042 Solitude Cove area?
Yes, it's basically the reverse of what we saw in the morning when the device was traveling south, and in this case it's traveling north, consistent with reversing that route.
And at 12:56 p.m., is this a phone call made from Andre's phone?
I'm sorry.
Is this a phone call made from Andre's phone?
Yes.
And that phone call ending at 1:21 p.m.
Yes, it's not a call, but this is a true call report.
Oh, so activity.
Yes.
I see. You also now have an indication of a Baptist Emergency Hospital on the map.
Yes.
Did you receive a surveillance video from that hospital that took place on March 1st, 2019?
Yes.
Mr. Begley, you're highlighting the time from the surveillance video from the hospital, correct?
Yes.
And at this point, the Andre's phone is not traveling to the hospital. It's in or around the 1042 Solitude Cove area.
Yes, it was the true call report right before that was consistent with, if you were at that address, that's what I would expect.
So in essence, as if the phone had been left there, the device is still consistent with that area.
Well, what I can say is if the phone was left at that address, then yes, that's what I expect to see is that distance from tower and sector information.
Mr. Beckman, I believe you stated it earlier, but surveillance video time and the true call times on the phone are not always 100% consistent.
No, they're not always consistent.
We spoke about it earlier, but your finding is that the Andre's phone being at or around the 1042 Sawtooth Cove address is consistent with what you saw from the tower records.
Yes, again, we didn't see any large movement. Those true call records, the cell sites and sectors that were being accessed during that time frame were consistent with being at the address.
That's the witness, Your Honor.
Defense counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning.
This presentation is prepared using historic cell site location data, correct?
The mapping part was from historic cell site information.
And those are records that are coming to you from the phone company, from T-Mobile, correct?
Well, yeah, they would have come to the investigating agency from T-Mobile. I obviously would receive them then from the investigating agency.
Okay. And so, at no point did you examine the GPS data or anything that was from the hard drive of Andre McDonald's phone, correct?
I did not get GPS data from his phone.
Okay, so let's talk about a little bit of the differences between the cell site location data and the GPS data. Cell site location data, we have these kind of heart-shaped bubbles coming from the tower, and we have to sort of estimate the range and the distance from the tower that the phone is based upon frequency and what the company tells you is their calculation for that distance, right?
So, yeah, the arc that you see is their measurements. They're giving us, this is our estimate of the distance from the tower on this sector. The what we call the handoff area, or the H-plane, that is from the tower and sector that's provided by T-Mobile. They give us that information. The size of that area is the track system. That's the algorithm in tracks that produces that size and expands or contracts the shape based on that information.
The track system is using the mathematical equation based upon the tower, its range, its frequency, to estimate where the phone is in relation to the tower, right?
It's using the tower and the sector information, and then it's calculating that sizing based on the tower density in that direction. So if you're pointed into a very populated area with a lot of cell sites, the estimate for that handoff area gets smaller. If you're in a rural area where it's a much farther distance to any related cell sites, then that handoff area gets larger.
Your phone also has within it the capacity to do GPS tracking, correct?
On a smartphone, yes.
On a smartphone. So like on an iPhone or a Samsung Galaxy or something like that, these phones have GPS capabilities that are separated apart from the data that's collected by your phone company that is what you use to make this map, right?
Yes, there's an internal GPS receiver transponder that's in the phone itself that can work as an actual GPS.
So while we're talking here about fairly wide arcs that can cover quarters of a mile in some situations, your GPS can be accurate within feet, correct?
I'd say, yeah, within meters for sure, and sometimes within feet.
So, I mean, not just that you walked into a Walmart, but maybe even what aisle you were walking down Walmart.
Yes, I mean, the GPS won't work in a Walmart, but I get your point. If you're walking around the Riverwalk in town and had your GPS on, then yes, you would get a much more accurate reading based on the fact that your phone is using the GPS to guide you or, for you to know exactly where you're at.
Okay. And that data was not something that was provided to you to review, correct?
Correct.
All right. You talked a little bit about switching towers and that might be indicative of going into a building, correct?
Yes.
But, I mean, the phone might switch towers for a wide array of reasons.
Yes, like I spoke about, there's multiple reasons. It could have to do with building density. It could have to do with your relative location to that tower. There's lots of reasons you could hand off to different cell sites and sectors.
And do phones ever develop kind of an affinity for or a preference for a certain tower? Like if you connect to the same tower every day because it's right next to your house or something like that, would you ever see a situation where that tower might be preferred by your phone or might try to make a connection with that tower first, even if it isn't the most convenient tower?
Well, what they're doing, and you can see it in these true call reports, is there's an energy to interference ratio. So what the phone is doing is it is preferring a cell site and a sector, but it's preferring it because it has the strongest energy, the strongest signal strength, and the least interference. And so it's not like a Wi-Fi connection where you can have your phone automatically connect to your Wi-Fi when you get home. It's that interplay between that cell site and sector and your phone, and that's why we see these things so chatty, is because they're constantly doing that. And especially if you're driving down the highway, by necessity, your phone has to be doing that all the time.
Okay, so two things I'd like to make sure I follow you correctly about regarding switching towers. Just because your phone switches a tower doesn't mean that the phone has moved physically to a different location, right?
Typically, it's not, because it doesn't have to move a significant distance to switch towers. And especially if you're in an area where maybe two towers are really close in those factors that make it happy where the phone wants to be on that cell site. So, yeah, it could switch without you moving. Essentially what I'm saying is if you move a significant distance, then yeah, you're going to have to see that switch because it's a necessity of a meshed network, of a mobile network.
And just because you may have connected to another tower, if that tower has a similar arc to the one that you were previously connected to, it doesn't mean that you've moved, right?
That's possible. I mean, there's different technology. Some of these towers have multiple antenna on them, so you can switch back and forth. And again, with the TrueCall data, it's nothing you have to do. It's just that background noise that's going on all the time, that back and forth between your phone and the network.
So like if I was at my house and tower 1, for our hypothetical, is connected to my phone, and I decide to go and walk, a quarter mile to the park near my house, it's conceivable that I stay on that tower 1 the whole time. It's conceivable that I might switch off to tower 2, right?
Yes.
But because of the closeness of those locations, wouldn't necessarily reflect movement on a map like we're looking at in this display.
Well, I mean, if you moved a quarter mile, for sure on a call, I might not be able to see a difference because we're covering a larger geographic area with that handoff area. But with the true call information, if you moved a quarter mile, then yes, I would expect that I could tell that. And I've done it on multiple occasions when I'm looking for a phone or a missing person, things like that. You can definitely see those movements.
What about if it was just down the street or around the corner or something like that?
It depends on the network environment. There are times where I've had, again, missing persons, where we had an area, and I'm in Montana, granted, so we have a lot of dirt roads and mountain roads, and I can look at that arc and I can tell when that person was moving because the distance they moved and the time it took to get there was consistent with an icy road and only traveling 15, 20 miles an hour. So
we're not in Montana, right? I mean, let's focus on in an urban setting like this, where there are multiple towers, probably in that range, maybe hundreds of towers. In that setting and circumstance, short distances may not register as a traffic, right?
Well, yeah, it depends. I mean, of course, that's subjective what a short distance is. But yes, you could move a small distance and we would still get a consistent reading on that distance from tower because it's not measuring feet. It's not measuring yards. We're getting tenths of a mile in a lot of cases or hundredths of a mile.
And similarly, like if you went to a location that was on the same arc for that tower and you never changed towers, it wouldn't necessarily be something that you could pick up because each of those lines that we showed them in the summary is a probable location for that phone to be along the arc, right?
Yes, if you move stay the same distance from the tower, you can certainly move anywhere along that arc because we're not getting information about where on the arc it is. We're just getting the sector and the distance from that antenna.
That's just a limitation of the technology.
Yes, it's just designed for that network. It's not designed to locate you. It's designed to keep you connected to the network. That's what it's there for.
That's the witness.
Anything stated?
No further questions.
Thank you. Excuse.
Thank you.
Please state next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Sergeant Tolman.
I do. Speak loud enough into the microphone. Go ahead, state.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and then spell your first and last name for the court reporter?
Certainly. My name is Sean Tobelman. I'm a sergeant with Bexar County Sheriff's Office Investigations Division.
And then will you spell your first and last name, please?
SHAWN TOBLEMAN.
Thank you. So you said that you're a sergeant with the Bexar County Sheriff's Office, the Investigations Division. How long have you been in that position?
6 years.
Okay. And so what are some of your responsibilities and duties in that role?
I supervise multiple teams. One of the primary teams involving this case, my job is to supervise a surveillance team.
Okay. And so just kind of explain for the jury in general, what does the surveillance team do?
Our day-to-day job was surveillance on high risk or known suspects that there was an open investigation on. We needed to know their daily routine. We needed to know what their activities were.
Okay, and so I guess, does that include just kind of like maybe just sitting on somebody's house?
Absolutely, sitting on a house, follow them around town, watch them shop. Whatever their routine did, we followed.
And then how many people make up your surveillance team?
It was myself and 4 members.
And so then on March the 1st of 2019, was your team tasked with surveilling the defendant, Andre McDonald?
Yes, we were.
And then specifically, what location did your team follow him to?
The team followed him to a gun store, Nagel's Gun Shop, on San Pedro Avenue.
May I approach him? Sergeant, I'm showing you State's Exhibit 175. Does that look familiar to you?
Yes, it does.
Is that the location where your team followed Andre McDonald?
It is.
Does this picture truly and accurately represent what Nagel's looked like that day?
Absolutely. That is the front entrance of the gun store.
State moves him at 175.
No objection.
Yeah, well, again, you said this is the front entrance of the gun store there.
Yes, ma'am.
And so then, as your team is it surveying or surveilling?
Surveilling?
Surveilling the defendant, Mr. McDonald. Did you actually go into the gun store?
I did myself.
And did you actually see Mr. McDonald in the store?
Yes, I did.
And what did you observe him to be doing?
He was at a counter in the back half of the customer area of the store, conducting a transaction with an employee.
And then I guess, did you actually see him with any sort of firearm inside the store?
There was a firearm boxed and ammunition on the counter in front of him.
And then I guess just kind of explain, is primarily your role at that point in time was just to have eyes on him, is that right?
Correct. We were just observing his actions.
Thank you, Sergeant. Pass the witness.
Good morning, how are you?
Good, sir. How are you?
I'm well. We've met before, correct?
Yes, sir.
I want to ask you a little bit about the surveillance. When were you first directed to begin surveillance on Andre McDonald?
It was sometime that morning.
Sometime that morning. Okay. There had been no surveillance on him the night before, the night of March 1st, correct?
Correct.
I believe you indicated that there was a officer-involved shooting or some serious matter unrelated to this case that had taken away resources that night, and that morning was the first time that you all could get on surveillance for it, correct?
It was the first time we were tasked with it, correct.
Okay. And that surveillance began at his house, right?
Yes, it did.
There were officers that observed him depart his residence that morning.
Yes, there was one officer that observed him depart.
Officer Borg, I believe it was?
Correct.
Okay. And do you know when Officer Borg began that surveillance of Andre's property then?
I'm sorry, Andrew's what?
When he began the surveillance of Andre's property then?
I do not. He was on duty. We were called in.
Okay. You've been into the neighborhood where Solitude Cove, 1042 Solitude Cove is located, right?
I have.
And you know that there's a gate to get in, correct?
Yes.
You have to type in a code, right?
Yes.
Unless you tailgate somebody and
Right, or the gate is broken.
those kinds of things. And Bexar County Sheriff's Office has a code with that homeowners association, correct?
Correct.
I believe it's 3400. Do you know?
I do not know.
May I approach the exhibits, Your Honor?
Yes.
Those gate codes.
They're in numerical orders.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Maybe look at 165.
Yeah. I'll try to make this so it doesn't get out. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's already been admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 165. Gate codes from that neighborhood, Solitude Cove. And I want to call your attention to March 2nd of 2019. Specifically, I want to call your attention to let's see here. You see here at 11:17 we have Bear Boulevardy.
Yes, sir.
And you see here above that we have an entry from Andre McDonald's clicker at 11:43, correct? It's sort of highlighted already.
Yes, sir.
Okay. That Bear Boulevardy would be BCSO coming in all likelihood.
It could be.
Okay. You would have no reason to dispute that 11:21 time period might have been when surveillance started.
No.
Okay. Were you in communication with the other members of the team that were conducting surveillance?
Yes.
And were they relaying information to you about different things regarding his comings and goings?
Yes.
You were aware, were you not, that Andre McDonald's garage door had been damaged that morning, correct?
At that time, I don't believe that was part of our knowledge.
Okay, it wasn't on the radio.
No.
Okay. Were you the only channel that was discussing Andre McDonald related investigative issues on the case?
No, we work a separate channel from normal traffic.
Okay. So if other people working on the case were talking, they'd have been talking completely on a different line than you?
Correct.
Okay. Now, we said Borg was the officer that was part of your team that had surveillance on McDonald when he left his residence, correct?
Just to clarify, he's not part of our team. He just happened to be someone on duty that they utilized until we got there.
Okay, but Borg eventually came down to Nagel's with you all and had surveillance on him there, correct?
Yes, we adopted him into our surveillance.
Okay, he came into the fold at some point.
Correct.
Do you know when?
He was the first officer to start surveillance, so we just fell in with him and continued the surveillance, rotating him in and out.
Okay, I see. So if Borg had observed something with the garage door and Andre backing into it, that would have occurred prior to him getting on your channel and being part of your group?
Correct.
Okay, I understand. Pass the witness.
State.
Just briefly, sir, I just want to clarify that your team didn't start any surveillance of the defendant until March 2nd. Is that correct?
Correct. I believe that was Saturday.
That's it.
Very brief, Ron. Mr. Tillman, you were aware that there had been a search of Andre McDonald's property the day before, correct?
I was aware of an incident, I did not know the length or everything that occurred with that incident.
Okay. And lastly, who was your superior that had directed you to begin surveillance?
That morning, I received a call from Sergeant Mahon, the homicide sergeant, requesting our unit be activated.
Thank you. Pass the witness.
Nothing further.
Thank you, excuse me. Please state your next witness.
Judge State was called Robert Buckman.
So that's coming in?
Offense coming.
Raise your right hand. Swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Okay, just make sure you speak loud enough and adjust that microphone. Go ahead, Steve.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Buckman, could you say your first and last name and spell it for the court reporter, please?
My first name is Robert, R-O-B-E-R-T. Last name is Buckman, B as in boy, U-C-H-M-A-N-N, 2 N's.
Mr. Buckman, can you tell the jury where you work?
I work at Nagel's Gun Shop at 6201 San Pedro Avenue in San Antonio, Texas.
And what is your position at Nagel's Gun Shop?
Records manager, formerly sales, but currently records manager.
And can you give them kind of just a summary of what you do in that role?
So a lot of paperwork gets generated with gun sales. There's a lot of legal requirements on it. I manage that day to day. I have to also do the background checks a lot of times, though we do have other employees that do those. I maintain the camera footage for the store. We have several DVRs and a very large number of cameras for obvious reasons. It's a shop that could have thieves targeted or things such as that happen. A lot of the day-to-day ATF regulation stuff, putting in reports, lots and lots of reports. That's pretty much my life.
And I think you mentioned one of the things you do is you maintain the video system.
Correct.
And at times, there may be a reason for someone to ask for a video from that location, correct?
Yes, it happens fairly often. Honestly, the most common thing that happens is someone backs their car into something in the parking lot. That seems to be a daily request. So.
We have a video. Did law enforcement ask you to pull a video in regards to the case we're talking about today from a time on March 2nd of 2019?
Yes, I remember pulling that video at the time and providing it, I believe, to the Bear County Sheriff's Office.
May I correct you? Mr. Buckman, I'm handing you a disc that's been marked as State's Exhibit 176. Does that disc contain a copy of the video that you provided to law enforcement from that particular day?
Yes, it absolutely does.
Okay. And is that one of the angles in the Nagel's Gun Shop of the video from that day?
Correct.
Okay. And did you, is this an accurate recording from the things that happened on that day?
Absolutely.
Okay. State would offer State's Exhibit 176.
No objection.
You guys are published.
Thank you, Jeff. Mr. Buckman, this is a video from March 2nd of 2019, correct?
Correct, I recognize it.
And were you working on that particular day?
Yes.
Did you have any contact with the individual that is the subject of this video on that day?
Not in terms of speaking to or directly engaging with him. I did see him, I remember that, and I believe I handled his paperwork, but I did not directly speak to him, no.
And by paperwork, I'm assuming, a sales associate may be dealing directly with him, and then paperwork makes it back to you.
Correct. The process to buy a firearm, in most cases, there's always exceptions and weird caveats in the law, but for 99% of cases is that a customer will come in, a salesperson will greet them, ask them what they're looking for that day. The salesperson will show them a firearm that they're interested in if it gets to that point. And if they commit to, hey, I want to buy this, then an ATF Form 4473, which is a federal 6-page, I think it's now 7, but at the time it would have been 6-page form to purchase a firearm, would be completed, the first section of it by the customer, and then the rest of it by the sales staff at the shop, such as the salesperson and the clerks who run the background checks. It's a federal form that you have to put your obvious information like name and all of that, answer some questions regarding firearms ownership to make sure you're legally qualified to buy a firearm, and then you have to sign it under penalty of perjury if you've lied on it.
And so it sounds like it's a involved process to buy a firearm. It's not like buying a stick of gum.
No, they're regulated significantly.
It's not like buying a stick of gum. It's not like a quick transaction.
Correct. It's it's not the most strenuous process in the world, but it is extremely thorough. And you can't just walk in and out. You have to go through the background check. You could be delayed at that time up to, I believe, 3 business days. Now, depending on the customer, it could be longer. It's a 6-page federal form. If you lie on the form, it's a federal crime. It's perjury. I've seen people actually go to jail for that. So, this is not something you're just going to casually do typically. I'm not discouraging anyone from doing this, but, if they want to buy a firearm, you're going to be there for a little while to get the form filled out. It's not just like buying a pair of tennis shoes or something.
Thank you, Mr. Buckman. And honestly, on this video, it's a longer video, correct?
Correct. I don't remember the exact amount of time, but I think it was something on the order of at least 30 minutes that we exported. Because, these transactions aren't quick. You have to go through some steps and you have to wait for the background check to come back.
I'm going to skip ahead to... This is approximately 31:21. In the bottom right-hand corner of the video right now, we see an African-American gentleman, correct?
Correct.
And is that a customer in Nagel's Gun Shop?
Correct. That is Andre McDonald. The salesperson that just walked out of frame is Tommy Smyers. He was one of our sales associates at that time.
And so the individual, and I think he'll walk back in frame.
Yeah, he will. There's several things he has to still do in the transaction. And actually, if I can just provide a little bit of context, this camera is placed in a corner, the northeast corner of the sales floor. Directly below this camera, there's actually a computer that we run background checks on. Not all of them. There are other computers, of course, but for that corner, there is a computer that we run the background checks on the clerk side of the transaction. Obviously, on the customer side of the counter is where the customer would stand while doing that. I believe he may actually, at this point, be looking at the computer, which the form is filled out on. Yeah, they are digital generally now. There are paper copies if you really want to fill out a paper one, but we strongly encourage digital forms because they're much easier to work with. The salesperson there with the long ponytail, bending over the counter and looking at a firearm box, that is Tommy Smyers. He's a former coworker of mine. He worked at Nagel's Gun Shop for many, many years. And he is the salesperson that was working with Andre McDonald that day.
And you said Tommy, T-O-M-M-Y?
Yes, although to be completely honest, I'm not 100% certain that's his legal first name. It might be Thomas. I don't actually know. Smyers, that is his last name. I almost have to write it down to make sure I'm spelling it right.
Can you spell out, please?
Yes. His last name is Smyers. I'm not exactly sure the spelling on it, but that is his last name.
And you said he was an employee at Nagels for a long time, correct?
Yes, in many decades.
Where's Tommy Smyers now?
He passed away not too long ago, unfortunately. We were informed of that, and it was pretty sad. We really liked Tommy, and he retired a little over, I think, maybe 2 years ago at this point, but he passed away more recently.
And Mr. Buckman, I think as you mentioned, because of the at least slightly involved nature of buying a gun, I'm assuming that's what both Andre McDonald and Mr. Smyers are doing, is they're filling out the requisite paperwork, correct?
Correct. At this point, Andre McDonald should be filling out the ATF 4473 on the computer located underneath the camera, and Tommy Smyers is filling out what we call a safety sheet. It's not actually a federally required document, but it is one that we use for all firearms transactions that are over the counter. It's kind of a catch-all document. It has the firearm information on it. It has some gun safety rules, and the customer will sign that at the end. The safety sheet also, the customer gets a copy of it, so they get to keep that if they ever need the information on the firearm. So it's kind of handy.
Mr. Buckman, what type of firearm is Andre McDonald buying?
It's a Smith & Wesson as the brand. The model would have been an M&P, which stands for Military and Police, although on the gun it just says M&P.
I'm sorry. I didn't understand what you said.
It's a Smith & Wesson as the brand. The model is an M&P, which stands for Military and Police, although it doesn't say that on the gun, it just says M&P. And I think it was a compact model, if I remember correctly, and it would have been a pistol in this case.
And so that's the type of gun, but for someone who knows little to nothing about guns, it's essentially a handgun pistol.
Correct. It's a handgun made to be concealable in a fairly powerful cartridge. It's like a defensive carry gun, very similar to a duty gun like a police officer would carry, very similar to it.
Mr. Buckman, I'm going to kind of go through the video here, and as we can see, as Mr. McDonald is going through the paperwork, Mr. Smyers is helping other customers, but I guess he's still going through all the paperwork for that Smith & Wesson gun you talked about, correct?
Correct, and Tommy just handed Mr. McDonald his copy of the safety sheet, so it's his copy of the gun's information, and the paperwork is still being processed at this point.
I believe this process that we first saw Mr. McDonald started at the 31-minute mark of the video, and now we're at the 41-minute mark, and obviously the process is still going on because it takes a little bit of time, correct?
Correct. So obviously you have to fill out the paperwork first, but then also a clerk has to run the background check that's required from it, and that requires logging into a federal system, entering a bunch of information, verifying that it's correct, submitting it, and then waiting for the background check to come back, which can take minutes to potentially hours, and in some cases during COVID it was even days. So
This would have been before COVID, though, right?
correct, but I'm just saying that you can't depend on the amount of time it's going to take to get that done. It could be considerable.
And now we're at the 44th minute, and we still are in the same transaction. But let me see if I can go to this, I can find it. Right now I'm at the 45th, going into the 46th minute, and it appears that Mr. Smyers is handling the pistol. Is this something that a sales associate may do, is show the individual how to use the pistol?
Yes, so the customer is unfamiliar with a particular type of firearm. A sales associate may walk them through how it operates, how to disassemble it, how to assemble it, how to safely handle it, basically, and necessary maintenance. He appears to be disassembling it or demonstrating that to Mr. McDonald.
have the pistol in his hand?
Yes. And he inserted a magazine into it, appears to be testing the grip on it. Racking the slide, it looks like. And now letting the slide go forward, I believe. It looks like he's trying to, yep, there, right. And now he's stretching his hand after letting the slide go forward.
And Mr. Buckman, does it appear that he's showing something on his hands? Do you appear to see bandages or something on Mr. McDonald's hand?
Yeah, there actually do appear to be like band-aids or bandages on his hand, and they're actually
I'm
visible.
going to object to the lack of personal knowledge. The way he's testified, he didn't sell this gun.
Yeah, the jurors can see the video themselves the same.
At this point, is Mr. Smyer showing, was the actions that we just saw right before that, was that Mr. McDonald pulling back the slide on the gun?
Yes,
And does that take at least a little bit of strength in your hand?
it does. Actually, one of the number one complaints I get from some customers is on pistols of that nature is they can be too difficult to rack the slide. So, particularly with smaller framed customers.
Mr. McDonald, in his hand, you mentioned that there's a receipt that the customer keeps, correct?
They actually end up with two documents when they purchase a firearm. They end up with their credit card or cash receipt from the register and the safety sheet that we fill out for them and they sign that has the gun's information on it. At that time, there's actually even more stuff now. So.
Now I'm at minute 51:20 of the video. We're still at this counter. And at 51:53, do we see Mr. McDonald walk away from the counter?
Correct. And if he takes a left there, that's towards the exit of the shop.
That's when he took a left towards the exit of the shop,
Correct.
right? Did he take the gun with him?
He did not. He did not take the firearm or his ID, if I remember correctly, or pretty much anything else that you would normally take with you when purchasing a firearm.
Mr. Buckman, you mentioned that also as part of your job, you do some of the record keeping for the company, correct?
Correct.
Did law enforcement ask you to pull a copy of the receipt from that particular day involving the purchase involving Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
May I first?
Yes.
Mr. Buckman, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 177. On the second page of that document, is that the receipt you provided our office?
Correct.
and you are a custodian of records for the receipts at the place where you work, correct?
Correct.
And they are made at the time that the item is logged, and they're kept in the normal course of business in your what y'all do.
Absolutely.
State would offer State's Exhibit 177 into evidence.
You're done with the video, so you turn on the lights, or you're still doing
We can turn on video, yes, sir.
No objections.
Here, it's submitted.
Permission to publish it?
You may.
Mr. Buckman, on the second page of State's Exhibit 1.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Okay, state your name.
Your Honor, the state calls Enrico Garza.
Raise your right hand. Swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you can adjust the microphone if you need to, state.
Thank you, Your Honor. Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hello, Deputy Enrico Garza with the Bexar County Sheriff's Office Crime Scene.
And then would you mind spelling your first and last name for Mr. Crawford, please?
Of course, Enrico Garza, Enriko, last name Garza, Garza.
And so you work with the Bexar County Sheriff's Office
Yes, sir.
as a crime scene investigator.
Correct.
And how long have you been in that role?
Approximately 5 years.
May have heard from some of your colleagues and counterparts, but just in your way of telling it, what are your roles and responsibilities?
It varies. We assist and aid investigators in complex crime scenes and investigations, anywhere from photographs to collection of evidence to sketches and whatnot.
And so then on, I guess, or do you go to crime scenes on your own, or who is it that tells you where and when to go?
So mainly it's investigators that request us to.
Okay, one more time.
I'm sorry.
Repeat.
Oh, mainly it's investigators that request us to crime scenes.
So you're going at an investigator's direction, essentially.
That is correct.
And then do the investigators sort of tell you kind of like what to collect, what to take pictures of, kind of how to navigate a scene?
Yes, ma'am.
So on March 2nd of 2019, did you respond to a scene at 6201 San Pedro, the Naples gun shop?
I'm pretty sure I did, but may I please refer to my report?
Sure. May I approach my
Yes.
You can use this to refresh your memory. Just don't read from it, please.
May you please repeat the question?
So the question is on March.
Hold on, the approach real quick. Defense counsel? Continue when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. So I think my question was, is on March the 2nd, did you respond to a scene at the direction of your supervisor to a 6201 San Pedro and Naples gun shop?
That is correct.
And so did you perform your duties? Did you take some photographs and collect some items of evidence?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Can I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
So, Deputy Garza, I'm showing you what's been marked as States 177 in sequential order to States 184. Could you please look at those? And then do States 177 through States 184, did they truly and accurately represent the photographs that you took inside Naples on March the 2nd?
Yes, ma'am, they do.
State moves to introduce 177 through 184.
Lauren, I had 177 as the Nagels receipt.
Oh, sorry.
She is right. She is right.
we'll start at 178.
No objection.
You heard it. Any opposed?
So for the record, Your Honor, and Monica, I'm changing 177 to 187.
177, 187.
Correct.
To 187?
Correct.
I'm sorry, Laura, one more time. So what are
Yeah,
the
why are we
numbers?
skipping it? Are they already?
Because I had already labeled some other stuff.
Oh, yeah, what we already did. Okay.
What are those numbers then?
So you're going to have in sequential order 178 to 184, and then you're going to skip to 187. So Deputy Garza, I'm showing what's been marked as case 187. Are these items that you took pictures of in the Davis gun store?
Yes, ma'am.
And so what is the jury looking at here in this State's Exhibit 187?
So right now, what you guys are looking at is basically a box of an M&P handgun, 2 boxes of ammunition, a Texas driver's license, and what appears to be a sales receipt or a gun receipt.
And then did you collect the items of evidence that are depicted in this State's Exhibit 187?
Yes, I did.
So showing you States 178, what can a jury see in States Exhibit 178?
That is a handgun with a magazine inserted.
And then did you collect that?
Yes, I did.
And then what are we looking at in States 181?
Those are weapon implements. For instance, it is a gun lock, magazine, and I believe from here, I can't really tell, it looks like pistol grips, if I'm not mistaken.
So in the lower left corner of the box, those are like the pistol grips.
Yes, I can't tell from here.
And then the orange thing, that's the safety lock.
Correct, that is a lock for the box.
And at the bottom center is the magazine.
Correct.
Okay, and so you said that you collected some items of evidence. What is your procedure for documenting and identifying pieces of physical evidence that you collect?
So basically what I do is I photograph that piece of evidence that I'm going to collect, make sure it's true and accurate as it is depicted to me. Once I accurately check that it is correct, I secure it. I transport it back to our property room where I package it, and I place red integrity tape as I secure it in its box and put my initials on it.
And do you have a method of like uniquely identifying the articles of evidence that you collect?
I do. I annotate my initials, AG, for my first and last name, Enrico Garza, and whatever order number I collected that evidence.
And I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 185. Did we ask you to bring this with you this morning?
Yes, ma'am, you did.
And can you examine State's 185 to see if those unique markings are there?
It is my initials to include the sequential order of evidence collected. EGE1 is mine.
And so, EGE1, what is that item of evidence that you collected?
This is going to be the 9mm handgun as you observed on the screen.
So could you open up the box and examine, please?
Absolutely. May I stand up?
Yes.
So this is a box.
Before showing the jury, I just want you to ensure what's inside the
Oh,
box is
I'm sorry.
collected. Sorry.
This one.
You're checking.
Yes, sir.
And so, the judge brings up a good point. Did you go through any procedures this morning before bringing this item of evidence downtown?
Yes, ma'am, I did. With yourself, we made sure it was my evidence as well, and we made sure that the weapon was safe and clear for the safety of the jury and the courtroom.
And what's your process in doing that?
I make sure that it's still sealed. I utilized scissors to open the box. I checked and racked the slide to make sure it was safe. Ejected the magazine. Myself and courtroom deputies ensured that there was no bullet or projectile in the handgun.
Or may I finish?
Yes.
State moves to admit 185.
No objections.
So admitted. For the record, it does have a zip tie there?
Right.
Deputies are okay.
May he publish for the jury, Your Honor?
Yes.
So, Deputy Garza, will you please pull out the handgun and show me what you recovered at the Naples gun store?
Yes, ma'am. So this is a 9mm handgun that I collected from the Eagles gun shop.
And then could you kind of explain for them the safety measures that you took with regard to the zip tie?
So basically what I did was obviously through my training experience, I racked the slide back, put it in the lock mechanism, made sure it was safe. I visually inspected and physically inspected that there was no bullet inside. Once myself and my partner on this side were satisfied with it being safe, we inserted a zip tie to make sure that the slide will not rack forward.
I'm going to move ahead a few days and direct your attention to March the 20th of 2019. And before we get into the specifics, can you explain to the jury what a buckle swab is?
A buckle swab is basically two cotton tip applicators that are sterile. You, for approximately 30 seconds, you remove those sterile applicator tips from its packaging. It's secure packaging. And you're going to swipe the left side interior cheek for approximately 30 seconds, secure it in a ventilated box, and as well with the right inside cheek for approximately 30 seconds to get a DNA sample.
Okay. So basically just kind of collecting some biological material from a person in order for a DNA profile to be made.
That is correct.
But you don't have anything to do with creating the DNA profile, you just collect.
I'm sorry, one more time.
You don't have anything to do with the DNA profile, you just collect the biological material.
No, ma'am. I just basically collect it.
And so did you do that in this case with regard to a Mr. Paul Anderson?
May I refer to my report, please?
Okay. May I approach your honor?
Yes.
May you please repeat your question?
Did you do a buccal swab on March 20th of 2019 on a Mr. Paul Anderson?
That is correct, I did.
And so basically you went through the same procedures that you just explained to the jury, taking the swab on his cheeks.
That is correct.
And once you do that, how did you label that swab? What unique identifier did you give that swab?
My initials, EG, and the sequential order of the evidence, 16, EG 16.
And then what sort of security and safety steps did you take once you collected the swab and labeled it EG16?
I'm sorry, one more time.
What process and safety procedures did you take once you collected the swab and labeled it EG16?
It's inserted into a white ventilated box where it is then secured in a yellow manila envelope and sealed with red and colored integrity tape with my initials.
May I approach?
Yes.
So Deputy Garza, I'm showing you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 186. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is it?
It is going to be my buccal swab, EG16, that I collected from Mr. Paul Anderson.
And so kind of how can you recognize State's Exhibit 186? What sort of documentation did you make?
I placed my initials with the sequential order of the evidence, EGE16, as well as my initials and badge number in the back.
And would you mind just opening up and confirming that the swab is in fact your EG16?
Yes, ma'am.
So you've confirmed that that is the swab that you took of Paul Anderson.
Correct.
And so once you're done and you've sealed it up and secured it, where does it stay, or where do you place the item?
I submitted as evidence into the Bexar County Sheriff's Office property room, located at 127 North Comau.
And is that a secure facility?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And what sort of process and procedures did you have to go to even remove that item from evidence today?
Today, I had to go with a property room clerk, request it. They had to check it out to me, sign it out for court purposes, and I had to sign documentation for it.
Pass the witness room.
Your defense?
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good, how about yourself?
I'm well. Just a couple of questions. When you arrived at Nagels, you found the firearm you just showed the jury in its original packaging, correct?
Correct.
And there were no rounds in the magazine,
No, sir.
no rounds in the chamber.
No, sir.
And the 2 boxes of ammunition, all the bullets were accounted for in those boxes.
That is correct.
Pass the witness.
Nothing else at this time, but next would be subject to recall.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Your next witness. Well, how long is the next witness? Judge, do you want to approve?
Thank you. You may be seated.
State your name, sir.
Yes, Judge. The statement called Deputy Rick Lozano.
You raise your right hand.
Yes, sir.
Swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Please state, go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Deputy Lozano, could you introduce yourself to the jury?
Good morning. Good afternoon. I'm Richard Lozano. I'm a Bexar County Sheriff Deputy Reserve.
And you work with the Bexar County Sheriff's Office?
I retired 3 years ago from the Sheriff's Office.
And right now you're a reserve.
I'm a reserve, yes, sir.
Can you explain to the jury what that means?
We give we don't get paid. We go and just volunteer our time. We do 16 hours a month for the Sheriff's Office, whatever. Like right now I'm assigned to the training unit, so I put on classes for our reserves.
And how long did you work for the Bexar County Sheriff's Office?
I retired after 34 years.
Back in 2019, in March of 2019, what was your assignment in the Bexar County Sheriff's Office?
I was assigned to the SCORE unit, which is our community policing unit.
And can you explain to the jury what that means?
Community policing, we do a lot of community events. We do HOA meetings, we go talk to the neighborhoods, talk about the crime going on in the neighborhoods, we give them crime tips. We did whatever community event was, we go out and hand out flyers for anything from runaways to elder fraud, elder abuse.
In addition to those duties, do you also respond to potentially situations that are needed a sheriff's office needs?
The sheriff had us go to different things, so whenever there was an event going on, the sheriff would send a SCORE unit, yes.
On March 2nd of 2019, were you dispatched to 1042 Solitude Cove?
Yes, we initially sent to a command center at Overlook Parkway, and while we were there, we were told to go do a welfare check at that address.
And you're saying were there other deputies with you?
Myself, Deputy Ebony Jones, Ramsey Alcala, and Ryan Gabriel.
There was 4 of you.
Those 4 of us, yes, sir.
And were y'all in different vehicles?
Yes, several vehicles.
And y'all were dispatched to 1042 Solitude Cove for what was y'all's purpose in being dispatched?
We're doing a welfare check on a missing person.
Did y'all respond to that address?
Yes, we did.
Upon arriving at 1042 Solitude Cove, what was the first thing you guys noticed?
The first thing we saw, there was damage to the garage door, and was literally falling apart.
And for the jury's purpose, y'all were dispatched for a welfare check on a missing person.
A welfare check, yes, sir.
Okay. Can you explain to them what exactly that means from a police officer?
I spent 20 years on patrol. We did numerous welfare checks. Someone will call, dispatch, say, hey, you know what, I haven't talked to my son, I haven't talked to my daughter in a week. Can you go to the house and do a welfare check, make sure they're okay? We'd go to the house, knock on the door. 9 times out of 10, the person would come out and say, hey, your mom's been trying to get a hold of you, call your mom, fine. Other times, someone would call, you know what, my wife and I are going through a divorce. She won't let me talk to the kids, and go do a welfare check on the kids. And hey, the kids are fine. Let the person know that the kids are fine. People will call, hey, you know what, I haven't talked to so-and-so in a week. Can you please do a welfare check on them? We would go to the house, ring the doorbell, knock on the door, call out sheriff's office. We would call the sheriff's office in case someone was in the house that was hurt. They would know that someone was at the door, and they could call out to us, hey, I need help. If no one answered the door, we would check the garage door, it's locked, okay. We would check around the house, we'd knock on the windows, sheriff's office, in case someone was hurt. They could, answer us, and we knew that they were in there. We would check the whole house if the house was secure, no signs of forced entry.
I'm going to object in the area of garage.
Okay, sustained. That's another question.
And so I think what you were saying was that, and just so I can ask the follow-up question, if there was no sign of forced entry, is that the extent of the welfare check?
Yes, we went to the dispatch, negative contact with anyone here, put me back in service.
You are responding to the Solitude Cove address for a welfare check on a missing person. Is that the extent of the information you know?
That's all we knew, was just a missing person, and that's to do a welfare check, yes.
And you mentioned when you first pulled up to the address, the garage door had damage to it.
Yes, sir.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Deputy Lozano, I'm going to show you two pictures. One marked States Exhibit 188 and one marked States Exhibit 189. In looking at those two photos, are those photos depicting the damage to that garage door, which you're testifying about right now?
Yes, sir.
Do those two photos accurately depict the damage that you're speaking about?
Yes.
Do they appear to be altered in any way?
No, sir.
State would offer States Exhibits 188 and 189. Any objection from the defense?
Your Honor, if I can have a brief without a witness.
That's fine.
Good afternoon, Deputy Lozano.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon.
With reference to States 188 and 189, when did you take these photographs?
I didn't take those photographs, sir.
Okay, these were photographed much later in the day, in fact, in the evening.
Yes, sir.
It would appear to you.
It appeared it's dark, yes, sir.
You don't know exactly who took these photographs?
No, sir.
When you made the scene, you all made entry into the garage area, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you all interacted with and touched this door when
No,
you all
sir.
were entering the house?
Which door?
The garage door.
No, sir. We didn't touch the garage door. We walked into the garage.
The door was in exactly this state when you encountered it?
Yes, sir.
It hadn't fallen further or fallen off the hinges?
No, sir.
During the time you were there?
No, sir.
You don't, and it hadn't changed even though additional texts arrived and were in the garage to your knowledge?
No, sir.
No new objections, Your Honor.
You think you raise somebody?
Commissioner, yes.
Deputy Lozano, I'm first going to show you States Exhibit 188. Is that a picture of the front of the house with the garage that is broken?
Yes, sir.
And next I will show you States Exhibit 189. Is that just a closer-up of the same garage?
Yes, sir.
Deputy Lozano, you mentioned that you were responding for a welfare check on a missing person. When you saw the garage, as it appears in States Exhibit 189, what did that tell you? What did that tell y'all in your training experience?
It raised a red flag because normally welfare checks, we don't come up with something like that. And so we thought maybe someone was hurt, maybe someone was in the garage hurt.
Are there a lot of potential explanations for why the garage door got like that?
Someone could have ran into it, tried to back up to it, could have been maybe a burglary.
So upon seeing the garage door in the state depicted on 189, what did y'all do first?
We went into the garage to see if there was anyone in there, and we noticed that there was a vehicle in there, so we wanted to make sure that no one was in the vehicle that hurt.
And to do that, did y'all look inside the vehicle to see if anyone was inside?
Yes, Deputy Jones looked in the vehicle. He looked in the back seat, and he said, "Hey, there's a shovel in the back seat." That's when I went up there, and I also saw a shovel.
From the outside of the vehicle, looking into the back seat.
Yes, sir.
What did y'all do following that?
After that, we went to the garage door going into the house to see if it was unlocked or was not. So then we went out around to the front of the house, rang the doorbell, knocked on the door, called out sheriff's office, and no one came to the door.
So you're still conducting this welfare check that you were dispatched for. In addition, you had the broken garage door also in play, correct?
Yes, sir.
Y'all knocked on the front door of the house?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall if y'all called out any names or tried to say anything?
I think we just called out sheriff's office.
Did anyone answer?
No, sir.
What did y'all do after that?
After that, we went around to the back of the house. We looked through the windows, see if anybody was see anything. Me and Deputy Gabriel went around to the back of the house. Back door was locked, and there was one of the windows was partially open. It was ajar. So Deputy Gabriel went in through the window, came and opened the back door for me, and I went into the house.
After Deputy Gabriel opened the back door and you went into the house, what did y'all do?
He went to the front door, opened the door for Deputy Jones and Alcala, and we called our sheriff's office in the house, just letting people know that we're in the house. Maybe someone would answer us. No one did. I looked around the living room, looked around the kitchen. Deputy Gabriel started to go upstairs, and I said, "Stop." So we need to get out of the house. We don't have a warrant to be in here, and we got out.
At the point that you said stop, at the welfare check, have y'all reached the end of what you believe was the welfare check?
Yes, sir.
So you said y'all entered the house, y'all called out if anyone was there, and after that time, y'all made the decision to leave the house.
Yes, sir.
Did anyone answer when you called out, is anyone there?
No.
In your immediate eyesight, did you see anyone who was injured or hurt inside the house?
No, sir.
Deputy Lozano, after you exit the house, does your SCORE team communicate with other BCSO deputies to make the scene?
We went back to the front of the house to our vehicles. We told dispatch, "Hey, there's no one here," and they were told to wait for CID to show up. And as soon as they did, we left the house. And I believe Deputy Gabriel was the one that spoke with the CID officer that showed up.
And would it be the practice to communicate all the things that y'all observed to another officer?
Yes, sir.
The other officers to make the scene?
Yes, sir.
And just to be clear, you mentioned that y'all enter the garage and y'all look inside that vehicle for potentially if someone's inside that vehicle, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it's the vehicle we can see in State's Exhibit 189 right there.
Yes, sir.
Stay don't pass the witness, Your Honor.
Defense?
Thank you, Your Honor. You said that you originally were told to report to the command center over at Overlook, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall who told you to report to the command center?
No, I don't. We were just told. I remember who told us to go to the command center. I don't.
Well, let me kind of back up. Let's talk about your daily routine at that time. You would have, gotten up and reported for your shift, dressed in uniform.
Yes, sir.
Do you go to a location to
I
start
was
your shift?
I was sent to the West Substation.
I'm sorry. I didn't hear the end of your question.
Do you go to a location to start your shift?
Yes, sir. I go to the West Substation.
The West Substation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Where is that in relation?
It's on Cadnan Road and Highway 90 by the Dominguez State Jail.
Okay. And from there, you would have just sort of been waiting for either a dispatch or for orders?
No, sir. Like I said, I was sent to community policing, so we had HOA meetings that day. We had other events we had to get ready for. So we was assigned an office. I had my own desk. I'd sit there at my desk, get all my stuff ready for that day.
And that substation is fairly far away geographically from Solitude Cove, right?
Yes, sir.
In fact, it's sort of out of the way, you would say.
More or less, yes, sir.
There would certainly be closer substations
Yes, sir.
to it. But you all were selected out specifically for this.
Because we're a specialized unit, we're not assigned to calls for service, so we could go anywhere the sheriff needs us to go.
Okay. And the sheriff told you to go to out to Overlook.
It wasn't the sheriff, no, sir. But I don't remember who told us to. Maybe our sergeant, I don't remember.
Okay. Would that have been Sergeant Belmont?
No, it would have been Sergeant Pedraza.
Pedraza.
Yes, sir.
You go to Overlook, and there you walk inside and you report to someone. Who do you report to at Overlook?
Yes, there was a command center there. We waited outside to see what they wanted us to do.
When you say that there was a command center there, what does that mean?
It was a trailer set up outside in the shopping center parking lot.
So it's a temporary command center?
Yes, sir.
And that would have been in response to a specific investigation or a specific issue
Yes, sir.
facing the sheriff's department?
Yes, sir.
And that would have been for the investigation into the missing person, Andre McDonald, correct?
Well, we didn't know what was going on because as a community policing unit, we don't monitor what calls for search patrol is doing, what they're taking care of. So they just said, hey, go to the command center and go meet up with someone there, and that's what we went.
But to be fair, I mean, this kind of a situation is not in your normal daily routine, right?
No, sir.
So you report, they tell you to go to the specific address. They don't tell you much of anything else, do they?
No, sir.
They don't tell you the person's name, Andreen McDonald
I don't
mentioned?
remember if they did or not. I don't believe they did.
Okay. They didn't tell you that there had been a search at Solitude Cove pursuant to a warrant the night before?
No, sir, they did not.
They didn't tell you whether Andre McDonald would be at the property or whether he left the property?
No, sir.
You didn't tell you that they were already surveilling the property before you arrived?
No, sir.
You didn't know anything?
No, sir.
Okay. So then you arrive at Solitude Cove and you see this garage door.
Yes, sir.
Do you radio or report that to anyone at the command center?
No, we did not.
Did you radio it over any general radio channel that you would have had available to you at that moment?
No.
You all look at that situation and you're reacting to what you see and only to what you see?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, as part of your training in law enforcement, they teach you about constitutional criminal procedure, including the Fourth and Fifth Amendments, right?
Yes, sir.
And you understand that the Fourth Amendment ensures that you can't go into someone's home without a warrant or without some very specific exception to the warrant.
Yes, sir.
And a warrant means just that an officer has observed enough information that he can put in a sworn statement, an affidavit, what he calls probable cause, to give to a magistrate judge who reads that and decides whether there's enough information to let you guys go in the house.
Yes, sir.
Okay. That would be the normal thing that would be done, right?
Yes.
And that didn't happen in this particular instance.
No, sir, it did not.
And you're explaining to the jury you believe that you were justified to go into the house without a warrant because of the community caretaking function, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's where you have sufficient intelligible and articulable facts that would lead you to believe that there might be some sort of an emergency situation inside the home.
Yes, sir, that's what we believed.
Okay. And to be clear, the fact that you're relying on is solely that the garage door looked like this.
Right.
No other condition of the property was alarming to you.
No, sir.
You didn't see anybody's property laying out in the middle of the yard.
No, sir.
There were no vehicles parked in front of Solitude Cove, right?
No, sir.
Did you see any vehicles parked close to Solitude Cove that were suspicious?
Not that I recall, no, sir.
Okay. So, you and Deputy Gabriel, and I'm sorry, there were two other officers?
Deputy Jones and Deputy Alcala.
Jones and Alcala. Okay, so Jones and Alcala and Gabriel with you began to sort of look at the perimeter of the property, see if the front door is unlocked, that sort of thing.
Yes, sir.
And then, is it Gabriel or is it Jones that actually goes around and crawls in through a window?
Deputy Gabriel.
Deputy Gabriel.
Yes.
Okay. And so he didn't go through this garage door.
No, sir, it was locked.
Okay. But he didn't try to crawl underneath it or over it or anything like that.
No, sir.
Okay. And so Gabriel makes it into the living room of the house, correct?
I believe, as you go into one of the back ones, I believe it's the living room, yes, sir.
Okay. And you had indicated in your report that you looked around the living room and the kitchen area.
Yes, sir.
And then you made entry into the garage. Or Deputy Jones did, right?
No. Okay, that was when we went into the garage. That's way before we went into the house.
Okay, how did you get into the house?
Deputy Gabriel opened the back door for me. When he crawled into the back window, he went and opened the door for me, and I went into the house.
I see. So Gabriel went into the house first, opened the door to the garage for you.
No.
Opened the door to the house for you.
The back door.
Gotcha.
Yes.
And then you made entry into the home.
I went into the house through the back door.
And then from there, you proceeded into the garage.
No.
So how did you get into the garage is all I'm trying to understand.
When we got there, we saw that. We went into the garage to make sure there was no one hurt in the garage. There was no one hurt inside the vehicle. We tried going to the house through the garage door, going into the house. It was locked. We went around to the front door, knocked on the door, rang the doorbell.
You did go into the actual garage where that car is?
Yes, sir.
Before you went into the house?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how did you make it into the garage?
Well, you walked right under the...
You did go past the door?
Yes, the garage, the damaged door? Yes, sir. We went past that.
Okay. You actually went through the holes in the door we're seeing right now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's what I was just trying to make sure of.
Yes, sir.
Now, when you got in there, you used the flashlight to look inside of the...
It was daylight, so it was lit up.
Okay. You didn't need any assistance to look inside the Porsche?
I'm sorry?
You didn't need any assistance to look inside the Porsche?
No, sir. We stood outside and looked in through the window.
And when you looked in the window, that's when you found a shovel?
That's when Deputy Jones said, hey, there's a shovel in the back. And that's when I saw it also.
May I approach the witness? All right, Deputy Lozano, I'm going to show you what I marked for identification as Defense 45. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
It's a picture of looked like a back seat of a vehicle with a shovel and a bag in it.
Okay, is that the shovel that you observed in the back seat of that Porsche Macan?
I believe so, yes, sir.
Okay, as you observed it,
Yes, sir.
it truly and accurately depicts the shovel as you saw it when you made this welfare check?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to tender this to the state for objections we would offer Defense 45.
No objection. I think the only partial thing is I think it's a black and white photo and it should be a color photo.
I mean, if the state has better evidence they want to offer, that's their prerogative. It's fairly accurately depicts. Thank you, Your Honor. May I publish? Yes. There's a way to adjust contrast on this, right? Maybe? Yeah. All right, so, Deputy, let me just ask you, you wrote a report in this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
But you didn't author that report on the day that you made this visit to Solitude Cove, right?
No, sir.
You wrote it some days later.
Yes.
Deputy Gabriel, who was with you, did write the report, correct?
He initiated the key card and he got the incident number, so it was his job to document what happened when we were there.
Okay, and when we say key card, what we mean is when you all go out on an assignment, however it's tasked to you, the computer sort of starts up an entry for that incident.
Yes, sir.
And then it will log, or you will log, someone will log, the time you arrived, the time that you made contact with the suspect, the time that you requested a cover officer, the time that the incident's over.
Yes, everything we told dispatch will be put into that key card.
Okay, but oftentimes it's being updated, 3 or 4 things that happen may get updated at once, right?
Yes.
It's not like it's happening in real time.
No, sir.
Someone has to manually enter those things.
Yes, sir.
And in this instance, that was Deputy Gabriel.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Gabriel would have written a report the day that this happened, correct?
Before he cleared that scene, he would have entered the notes into the computer onto the key card.
Okay. Now, you've never seen those entries or his report?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you know who he would have given that information to?
It's all a computer. Once it, no, sir. I don't know who would have given it to. I said he enters it. He puts all his comments into the computer, hits enter, and it goes in somewhere. I don't know.
Okay. Now, you would advise that you were made aware that CID was already on its way.
We were told to wait for CID. Yes, sir.
Okay. So CID was coming out to this location independently of y'all's welfare check.
Yes, sir.
And it wasn't as though you saw these things and you radioed in and said, y'all better get down here, we have this broken garage door.
No, sir.
Okay. They were just going to come on independently.
Yes, sir.
All right. And Gabriel, you said, gave that information to CID?
He was the last one to leave. The rest of us left, and he stayed and waited for CID to show up.
Okay. Would you have been a part of any conversation with anyone from CID about this?
No, sir.
Would you have communicated what you and your fellow deputies observed to anyone else before you left the scene?
No, sir.
Okay. Are you aware of a deputy named Frank Stubbs?
Yes, sir. I know who he is.
And you're aware that Stubbs was ultimately the author of the main prosecution guide in this case?
I didn't know that at the time. No, sir.
Were you aware that he was the affiant on a search warrant that would issue for Solitude Cove after you left as a result of your welfare check?
No, sir. I did not.
Okay. You had no communication with Stubbs?
No, sir.
Now, when you look at that shovel in Defense 45, you'll notice that there's still a tag on it, right?
Yes, sir.
And the face of the shovel is clean.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would it surprise you to learn that Frank Stubbs later represented in that search warrant that the shovel appeared as though it had fresh dirt on it?
I didn't know that, sir.
You would disagree with that characterization?
Yes, sir.
That would not be what you personally...
That's not what I saw. No, sir.
When you were in the home, not the garage, but when you were actually inside of the residence itself, you didn't observe any blood anywhere, did you?
No, sir.
You didn't observe any signs of struggle, did you?
No, sir.
You didn't observe anything that looked suspicious or out of place?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you know Officer or Deputy Borg?
Yes, sir.
Were you aware that Deputy Borg was maintaining surveillance on Solitude Cove prior to your arrival?
No, sir. I was not.
Were you aware that he had followed Andre McDonald out of the neighborhood prior to your arrival?
No, sir.
Were you aware that he observed Andre McDonald back his vehicle into this garage door?
No, sir.
Pass the witness.
State.
May I first?
Yes.
Just to clarify, Deputy Lozano, I think it was mentioned, obviously, that photo, it appears to at least be dark or maybe dusk, correct?
Yes, sir.
That photo was taken sometime after you had approached the garage, correct?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
Do you recall what time you were dispatched?
I came out at 8 o'clock. I want to say maybe 9:30. I'm guessing.
Would having a copy of your report, would that have that on there?
It may have. Yes, sir.
May I approach her?
Yes.
Is that a copy of your report, Deputy Lozano?
Yes.
Okay. And is there a report time on that report?
This was entered at 15:33, which is 3:33 in the afternoon. But it doesn't say what time I was at the house.
Okay. Is there, on your report, is there a report date and time in the upper right-hand corner?
Yes, sir. Report time was 3/2 of 2019 at 1:16 in the afternoon.
that would have been 1:16 p.m.
Yes, sir.
And does that appear that that was in the time that y'all were dispatched out to that area?
Yes, sir.
I'll pass the witness, right?
Briefly, Your Honor. You think that you were told to come out to the Outlook Command trailer sometime that morning, correct?
Yes, sir.
You would estimate, I don't understand it's on your report, but you estimate sometime 9:30.
I'm guessing because we always got to the office at 8 o'clock, and I mean, I don't remember exactly what time we were told to go to the command center. I just know I came in at 8 o'clock.
Okay. When you arrived at Solitude Cove, did you come upon a gate?
And I'm sorry?
When you arrived at that neighborhood where this address is, did you come upon a gate?
Yes, sir.
And did you have to use a gate code to get
We
in?
have to use a gate code, yes, sir.
Okay. May I approach the exhibits, Your Honor? And you said that you estimated your arrival somewhere around the 1:15 mark?
That's what my report says, yes, sir.
Okay, and I'm not good at military time. Military time, that's 13?
13:16, yes, sir.
13:16, okay. Showing you what's been previously admitted is states 165. Calling your attention to the gate code entries from March 2nd of 2019. If we look at, I guess it's roughly 1318 up here. You see that bare Bulverde keypad 3400?
I can't see that far.
May I approach the witness? So these are March 2nd gate code entries.
Yes, sir.
If we look at the hour 13 mark, you got this 1318 bare Bulverde keypad 3400. You see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That would be around the time you're describing, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you're obviously not Willett Rondell Harley, right?
No, sir.
And you're not Angelic Sanders?
No, sir.
Okay. That would be a fair estimation of your arrival there.
Yes, sir.
Now, that bare Bulverde, that's indicating that you all have a keypad, the sheriff's office has a keypad for that neighborhood.
We have, on our computers, we have gate codes to all the subdivisions in Bexar County.
I got you. So you just look that up on your computer and then you type it in and you be in?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I'll show it to you here. If we look here, you see Andre McDonald here at 11:43 in the morning.
Yes, sir.
And if we look down a little bit more, at 11:21 in the morning, we see again that bare Bulverde and that same keypad 3400.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'll pass the witness.
Nothing further from the state, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Next witness here. Scheduled call Sergeant John Mahon.
Sort of tell the whole truth under the truth, so you got?
I do.
You have to see just the microphone we need you to take.
Will do.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, my name is Sergeant John Mahon
And Sergeant, where do you work?
at the Bexar County Sheriff's Office, CID,
What is CID?
Criminal Investigations Division.
And what does CID do?
There's a plethora of stuff that they do, property crimes, crimes against persons, obviously murder, or homicide, missing persons, sex offender registration, yeah, a whole bunch of stuff.
So it spans a number of different fields, correct?
Correct.
What are your duties as sergeant in CID?
Currently, I have missing persons, I have violent crimes, and I have homicide. So homicide is exactly that, like equivocal death, homicide, suspicious death, should I say. Then we have violent crimes, which is pretty much every other crime against person, aggravated assaults, robberies, assaults. And then I have missing persons, which is one person in the unit, but yeah.
And Sergeant, how long have you been supervisor over CID?
I believe I started in 2016. I was promoted in 2015, and I think late 2016 I went back to CID, night CID.
How long have you been with the Bear County Sheriff's Office?
30 and a half years-ish.
And I'm sorry, I couldn't hear.
30 and a half years, I'm sorry.
30 and a half years.
And forgive me, I have drive-through, so.
No, the Cedars get me this week
Yep.
too. So. Prior to becoming sergeant in CID, where were you assigned?
I was assigned to homicide as a detective,
How long were you a homicide detective?
about 8.5, 9 years.
Now, Sergeant, I want to draw your attention to an investigation regarding the victim, Andre McDonald. Were you supervisor over CID during that investigation?
I was one of many, yes.
You said one of many.
Yes, correct.
Supervisors within CID?
Correct.
Who were the other supervisors at that time?
Off the top of my head, Sergeant Tobelman, Lieutenant Fervoletti, I believe Captain Molina, Sergeant Beza, Jennifer Beza, Lieutenant Took, I believe. That's all I can think of off the top of my head at this point.
So CID had several supervisors, but your capacity was a sergeant over them.
Correct. And Sergeant Cervantes, I'm sorry, he was over evidence.
I'm sorry. please don't-
Sergeant Cervantes was over evidence unit.
I see. Now, Sergeant, at this time, when police were first notified of Andreen McDonald's disappearance on March 1st of 2019, did you become aware of the case on that day?
I did.
Now, did you prepare actually some reports detailing your involvement in this investigation?
I did.
Well, we're looking at those reports, AG, in your testimony here today.
Yes.
You're on the record. Yes. Sergeant, I'm handing you two different documents. Are these two items reports that you generated in the report management system in terms of your involvement in this case?
They are.
And if you need to refresh your memory as to any of those events, feel free to look at it. Just don't read out loud from it.
Sure.
Now, Sergeant, you said that the first day of your involvement in this case was on March 1st, 2019. When you became aware of this case, what did you first do?
So that day I was assigned to an officer-involved shooting on the western portion of Bear County. I got a couple calls about Andreen being missing from another supervisor, I believe from another detective. And basically I tasked Investigator Stubbs to be the lead in that investigation.
And Investigator Stubbs, he's part of the CID unit?
He was part of the homicide unit at that point, yes.
And what is his full name? What is his first name?
Spencer Stubbs.
So after you tasked a certain investigator as the lead, I guess for lack of a better way of saying it, in an investigation, what does your role then transition to?
Different things at different points of the investigation, but generally to manage, supervise, teach sometimes, and kind of overarching. In this case in particular, that was shared by several other supervisors as well.
Now, Sergeant, so in essence, you were there for, one, to help in the investigation, also be available to the investigators and other Sheriff's Office personnel in case they have any questions.
Correct.
Now, Sergeant, did you make the scene at 1042 Solitude Cove on March 1st, 2019?
I did.
What was your role there?
Again, supervise and assist, searching. Obviously, again, there was multiple supervisors there, so basically supervising, assisting, and searching.
Now, Sergeant, does the Bexar County Sheriff's Office have a CSI or CSU unit that collects evidence?
They do.
Were members of that CSU unit at the scene on March 1st, 2019?
They were.
So when they're collecting evidence, is that sometimes pointed out by investigators or deputies or even found by themselves?
Yes.
And did you aid in that investigation on March 1st, 2019?
Yes.
Now, you earlier referenced Investigator Stubbs. Was he present at the house on March 1st, 2019?
He was.
Was he tasked with writing search warrants and things of that sort throughout the investigation?
He was.
Now, Sergeant, during this investigation, was the defendant, Andre McDonald, was his command notified as to what was happening?
Yes.
Was that something that was done by you or did somebody in leadership?
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question.
Did a member of his command come to the scene on March 1st, 2019?
Yes.
Now, Sergeant, after the search warrant was completed, or the search was completed, I should say, on March 1st, 2019, did Sheriff's Office personnel leave the residence?
We did.
Now, Sergeant, moving into the following day, on March 2nd of 2019, were you aware at some point during the day that surveillance was taking place of Andre McDonald?
I was.
How did you become aware of that?
I don't know specifically, but overarching, I was part of the supervision, so I was made aware of it.
Did Sheriff's Office set up a command center in regards to this case?
So, at any point in the investigation, are you specifically talking about that day?
Do you know what day it was done?
I do not know what day, but the answer to your question is yes.
Now, Sergeant, at some point, did Bexar County Sheriff's Office deputies go to the residence at 1042 Solitude Cove on Saturday, March the 2nd, 2019?
They did.
Were you made aware of that? Were you were made aware of that?
About the surveillance, correct?
Well, I'm asking, were you made aware that deputies went to the house at 1042 Solitude Cove?
At what portion?
Were you aware about the surveillance?
Yes.
Were you also aware that later in that day, the deputies approached the house and entered the house?
Oh, yes, correct, yes.
Now, Sergeant, after a second search warrant for the house was executed, did you also return to the house at 1042 Solitude Cove?
I did.
Your Honor, I approach you. Yes.
Sergeant, I'm showing you what I've marked as states 190, 191, and 192. Do you recognize the photographs depicted in 190 through 192?
I do.
Do those photographs fairly and accurately depict what the scene looked like when those photos were taken on March 2nd, 2019?
Yes.
Do they appear to be altered in any way?
No.
Your Honor, at this time, we've moved into evidence exhibits 190 through 192.
Subject to objection by the defense.
Your Honor, I would just object that they're cumulative of the previous photographs of the same thing that the state's already offered. garage door, just different angles.
Overruled.
Permission to publish. Thank you, Judge. Sergeant, I'm showing you what's been marked in State's Exhibit 190. What are we looking at here?
One of the garage doors at 1042 Solitude Cove.
And it says 191. Is this how you observed that garage door when you went out to the residence later in that afternoon?
Yes.
And Sergeant, here in 192, there was a vehicle inside that garage. Did you observe that vehicle?
I did.
And what type of vehicle was it?
Porsche Macan.
Sergeant, as part of your supervisory duties and part of your assistance in this investigation, did you conduct a search after the search warrant had been secured of that garage?
I did.
Your Honor, my approach.
Yes.
Sergeant, I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 193, 194, 195, 196, 197, 198, 199, 200, and 201. Do you recognize those photographs?
I do.
Do they fairly and accurately depict the items that you found in that garage on Saturday, March 2nd, 2019?
So, just to be very succinct, I'm not sure I found all the items, but those are the items I observed while I was present.
So, in conjunction with other sheriff's office deputies, some of these items were found, but you made observations and observed those items on that day?
Correct.
Do the photos appear to be altered in any way?
No.
Your Honor, at this time we move into evidence exhibits 193 through 201. Subject to objection, none.
No new objections, Your Honor.
Here, ready to publish.
Sergeant, I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 194. If one is looking into the garage, this is the right side of the garage.
Correct.
Sergeant, I'm now showing you 195. This is a closer in picture of this same side of the garage. I want you to make note of this item to the right of the front passenger tire of the Porsche Macan. Did you observe that item on March 1st, 2019, the first day that you were at the house?
I did.
Now here on March 2nd, when this photograph was taken, is this item in a different spot?
It is.
Where was it the day before?
It's just beyond that. There's a concrete, I wouldn't say shelf, but a concrete ledge, and it was up there, and I believe something was on top of it. Not sure about that part.
I'm now going to show you State's Exhibit number 196, a photograph of that item from looking top down. Is this what you observed on March 2nd, 2019?
Yes.
Do you remember any of those items being inside that barrel the previous day?
I don't know. I don't.
It states 197. Now, Sergeant, I'm now going to call your attention to states 198. There appear to be a trash bag here and then here. Did you discover what was inside those trash bags?
I did.
What did you discover?
2 5-gallon cans of gasoline.
I'm going to show you states 201. Is this a picture of one of those containers?
Yes.
The one that was above the lid in the garage?
You said lid?
The lid.
Okay,
The
yes.
And then it states 200. Is this a portion of that container, the second container next to that bed?
Yes.
Next to the what?
I'm sorry?
Next to the what?
Next to the pit. Sergeant, were those gas containers there on March 1st, 2019?
No.
Sergeant, did you further search inside the garage? Did you do
Yes.
a further search?
Yes.
Your Honor, Master Roach.
Yes.
Sergeant, I'm now going to show you the photographs marked States Exhibits 202 through 206. Do you recognize the photographs in States 202 through 206?
I do.
Do the photographs fairly and accurately depict what you saw back on March 2nd, 2019?
They do.
Do the photos appear to be altered in any way?
No.
Your Honor, at this time we move into evidence, States Exhibits 202 through 206. Subject to objection by defense.
No new objections.
They're ready to go.
Thank you, Judge. Sergeant, I'm first going to show you States Exhibit 203. It appears to be a trash bin and recycle bin. Did you search these bins on March 1st, 2019?
I did.
Sergeant, I'm now going to show you States Exhibit number 204. This is that darker bin now open. Did you make a discovery as to something different on March 2nd from March 1st?
Yes.
What did you discover?
That white bag.
I'm now going to show you States Exhibit number 205. Is this the same white bag that you're referencing?
Correct.
And 206, a closer up version.
Correct.
Now, Sergeant, you said that white bag was not there on March 1st, 2019 when you searched. Did you look inside the contents of that white bag?
Yes, to a point.
And when you looked inside the contents of that bag, what did you discover?
Clothing, a hammer, a flashlight, papers. I believe there were shoes in there too.
Now, at that time when you made that discovery, did you notice anything else in the bag?
What exactly do you mean?
You said you noticed a flashlight, a hammer, some papers, and some clothing, and some shoes. Did you notice anything else?
Give me 1 second. clothing, paper, flashlight, hammer. Yeah.
And Sergeant, when you made that discovery, did you notify somebody from the CSI or CSU unit to make sure that that is collected and documented?
I did.
You recall being notified,
I do not.
but it was a member of the Bexar County Sheriff's Office working in that CSU capacity.
Yes.
Now, Sergeant, before I get too far, the two gas receptacles that you found in the garage, did you notice any liquid inside of those?
I, per se, can't say I did, but I do know for a fact that there was liquid in there.
So you did not manipulate them to tell?
I do not believe so, no.
Now, Sergeant, did you also do a search on the interior of the house?
I did.
Your Honor, may I approach? Yes. Sergeant, I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 207, 208, 209, and 210. Do you recognize what's depicted in those photos?
I do.
Do those photos fairly and accurately depict what you saw on March 2nd, 2019?
After I put them together, yes.
So they've been removed from the initial spot that you found them?
Correct.
But after they're put together, that's the same item that you saw?
Yes.
Do the pictures appear to be altered in any way?
No.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time we move into evidence exhibits 207 through 210, subject to objection.
No new objection.
Either admitted to be published.
Sergeant, I'm first going to show you State's Exhibit number 207. What are we looking at?
A Lowe's receipt.
And how many receipts are depicted in this photograph?
1.5-ish. I guess if you're looking up at the corner.
Here and here?
Yeah.
Now, Sergeant, where did you find these receipts?
In the kitchen trash can.
So it was inside the kitchen at the residence in a can there?
Correct.
And they were removed and put somewhere else with these photographs?
On the counter above it.
Okay, so this is right next to the trash can?
Yes, if my recollection is correct, yes.
Sergeant, the State's Exhibit 209 and State's Exhibit 210. You said they were both from Lowe's. Did you make note of what day those receipts were from?
March 2nd.
Of 2019?
I'm sorry. Pardon me. Yes, 2019.
And Sergeant, those receipts were not present in that kitchen trash can on March 1st, 2019?
They were not.
And Sergeant, after you made notice of these receipts, did you also notify CSI personnel to collect and document and photograph?
I did.
Now, Sergeant, in your capacity as supervisor, were you also made aware that Mr. McDonald purchased a firearm in Nichols?
Yes.
Now, the Sergeant, on March 3rd of 2019, was the defendant placed under arrest?
He was.
For what offense?
Tampering.
Now, Sergeant, in the subsequent days after March 3rd of 2019, were efforts try to locate any evidence or find the whereabouts of Andre McDonald?
Yes.
What efforts did you make?
Personally, you're talking about, or professionally, or both?
Both.
So obviously, I continued in my capacity as a supervisor, coordinated with other supervisors, several other supervisors, to basically funnel information and centralize it. Searching, of course, also daily tasking, completed tasks, and yeah, in an attempt to basically find Andreen and or evidence of her.
Now, Sergeant, you mentioned that other different individuals were tasked with different responsibilities. What were some of these tasks or responsibilities?
Searching, video canvassing, witness statements, obviously evidence submission, search warrants, subpoenas, assistance from federal agencies, local agencies.
Kind of an all hands on deck.
Not kind of, it was all hands on deck.
So, Sergeant, now I want to bring your attention to March 7th of 2000. I want to bring your attention to March 7th of 2019. Did you, in the Bear County Sheriff's Office, execute a search warrant at the 1042 Sawtooth Cove?
We did.
Your Honor, my approach.
Yes.
Sergeant, I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibits 111 through 211 through 223. And Sergeant, the photographs that I've just shown you, do they fairly and accurately depict evidence that was found at the residence on March 7th of 2019?
They do.
Do they appear to be altered in any way?
Yeah.
They fairly and accurately depict what you saw at the time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time we move into evidence exhibits 211 through 223, subject to objection. No new objection.
Very good.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Sergeant, When you and other members of the Bear County Sheriff's Office went to the house on March 7, 2019, did you search more trash?
I did.
And what did you find here in State's Exhibit 211?
So I'm not sure if I actually found that. Both I and Investigator Stubbs, and I believe it was Deputy Tibbs, Crime Scene Officer Deputy Tibbs, were there, but I don't know what that is a picture of because I cannot see that far, so my apologies.
I had the same issue. I'll bring it to you just one moment.
My eyes are terrible. I cannot read that.
I represent that it says work gloves,
Okay.
not the actual gloves themselves, but a package aspect. Now I'm going to show you States 212. What's depicted here? What did you find?
Well, we found a flashlight, and its cover or case.
Now, did you also search the inside of the house?
I did.
What area did you search?
Not sure exactly how many areas I searched. Again, it's a bit convoluted because as I'm searching, I'm also supervising, and I believe there was another supervisor there as well. Not sure about that. So it's going back and forth. But at some point, I searched the washroom.
I'm now going to show you States Exhibit 216. Did you find this pair of jeans in the washroom?
I did.
Do you recall what was inside of it?
I believe it was a white plastic bag.
I'm going to show you States 217. Is that those same jeans?
It appears to be.
I'm going to show you States 219. And now 220. What did you know inside of those jeans?
Vegetation, some kind of organic material.
Now I'm going to show you States 221. Where did you discover this item?
Also in a white bag, I believe.
And what is it?
It's a sweater.
I'm going to show you States 222 and States 223. Did you know anything on that sweater?
Again, vegetation or organic material.
And Sergeant, after these items were discovered, was a member of the CSI or CSU unit told to document it by photographs and also collect it?
Yes.
Now, Sergeant, subsequent to March 7th, 2019, did the search for Andreen continue?
It did.
What steps did you as a supervisor undertake during that time frame?
So I believe at that point, I believe the searches were mostly being coordinated by somebody other than me at a grand level. But I also assisted in several searches.
Did you volunteer on searches?
I did, even on my off-duty time.
On multiple occasions?
Yes.
Now, Sergeant, on July 11th of 2019, did we get a break in the case?
We did.
What were you made aware of?
In gist, remains have been found.
Go ahead, object to your say, Your Honor. Confrontation.
You can answer the question.
In gist, remains were found mixed amongst some animal remains on a field at 680 Speck Road.
Now, Sergeant, on this July 11, 2019 day, when those remains were discovered, the Sheriff's Office was notified. What time of day did Sheriff's Office respond?
I want to say it was early evening. Yeah, I would be speculating. Early evening.
Sergeant, could you describe to the jury what type of area is this area? What type of area is around where these remains were discovered?
It's rural for the most part in that exact area. There are some soccer fields. I guess it's east of there. I'm not particularly. It's down the road, and then there's the Speck store up the road from there towards the soccer fields, right after the soccer fields, and then Blanco Road is to the west, I believe, at that point.
Now, in relation to 1042 Solitude where is this area where the remains were found?
It's about 5 miles away as a crow flies.
Do you recall what direction?
I guess that would be west-ish.
Now, Sergeant, when Sheriff's Office was made aware of these remains being discovered, you said sometime in the early evening, was it conducive to doing the search of that area at that time?
No.
Why so?
Nightfall was coming. We knew that it was going to have to be a very thorough search. Of course, we did not want to not be able to document what we were doing, and mostly and chiefly because darkness wouldn't permit it. I guess we could have got some lights, but again, that would not be the most advantageous situation to be in to collect remains.
So when was a thorough search conducted?
On the 12th, the next day.
So the following day? Was anyone from the Bexar County Medical Examiner's Office notified to assist in the search?
Yes.
Who was that?
Dr. Kimberly Molina.
Who is Dr. Kimberly Molina?
She is the chief medical examiner at this point of Bexar County.
Now, Sergeant, did you also assist in this search?
I did.
Your Honor, my approach.
Yes.
Sergeant, I'm now going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibits 224 through 237. And Sergeant, the photographs that I've just shown you, do they fairly and accurately depict what you saw back on July 12, 2019?
They do.
Do they appear to be altered in any way?
No.
Your Honor, at this time, the State will move into evidence Exhibits 223. I'm sorry, I apologize. 224 through 237. Subject to objection by the defense. Now, Sergeant, I'm first going to show you State's Exhibit 224. Did the Bexar County Sheriff's Office set up an area for part of this investigation?
Yes. Excuse me. Yes.
And some of the vehicles that we see here off to the side, are these either with the Bexar County Sheriff's Office or the Bexar County Medical Examiner's Office?
Yes.
Sergeant, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 226. Is this an image if one is standing on the road looking onto the property?
Yes. You're talking about 680 Spec Road, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Now, sir, here, kind of in the middle, slightly to the left, we see some shrubbery, bush, tree, whatever you want to call it. What carries along that line?
I don't understand your question.
And past this photo, what type of vegetation is there?
High grass, or dense high grass, pretty much.
Is there a fence line?
There is.
I'm now going to show you State's 227. Is this the area of Spec Road that you and Sheriff's deputies are at?
Right, I believe that is the main gate to the property.
Sergeant, I'm now going to show you State's 228. What's depicted here?
Andreen's resting place and where the other bones were.
Now State's 229.
Same thing, just I guess a more overall photo.
Sergeant, I'm now going to show you State's 230 and 231. Were there other skeletal remains found there?
There were.
What type of animal?
Cow.
Were the skeletal remains of the human skeleton, where were they in relationship to the cow?
I believe some were intermixed, but chiefly, I don't know how to explain it without using my hands, so pardon me. So I guess the bigger portion of human remains were a little bit east, I guess, of the cow remains by feet.
Sergeant, I'm now going to show you State's Exhibit 232. This is a closer up image of what was discovered.
Correct.
Now I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 234. Did you discover something next to the skeletal remains?
If you're specifically talking a wig.
I'm sorry, one more time.
A wig, or for lack of a better term, yeah, a wig.
Is this black area that you're speaking of here?
Correct.
And State's 235. Now, Sergeant, when you are here and these bones are discovered, human remains as well as the remains of a cow, who was tasked in terms of trying to recover the correct bones as to each individual?
Well, there was a team of us.
Did anyone from the Bexar County Medical Examiner's office also know?
Dr. Kim Molina was there, along with an investigator. Do not recall who the investigator was. Of course, myself, Investigator Stubbs. Yeah, there was like quite a bit of people out there.
Now, Sergeant, while you were out at the scene, did you also find some other non-skeletal remains?
I did.
I'm going to show you State's 236. Where did you observe this?
In between where the remains were found and the roadway. That's the best description I can give it. In the high grass.
I'm going to show you State's 237. Did you recognize this? Did you recognize this?
At the time, or
At the time?
yes, not definitively, but yes.
What did you recognize it as?
So when I found that, I think it was Deputy Garza, Enrico Garza. I'm not sure, it may have been Deputy Tibbs or both, for that fact. When I asked them to collect it, they had pointed out that it was a cross.
Did you know if Andreen McDonald had a cross tattoo?
She did.
Now, Sergeant, the evidence that was found on July 12, 2019, was it documented by the crime scene unit?
Say again?
Was it
Sorry.
documented by the crime scene unit?
The whole spec road?
Photographs? Yes.
Yes, and it was also documented through drones.
And did the Bexar County Medical Examiner's Office remove the remains?
They did.
Sergeant, this past Saturday, did you have contact with a Cindy and Johnson and a Maureen Smith?
I did.
Based upon the information that you had learned, where did you go?
To Marine's residence.
And Sergeant, did you and another detective take a statement from Cindy and Maureen as to what they heard?
Yes, Investigator Ruby Garcia did. I was present as well.
Sergeant, stepping back, on July 12, 2019, these items were observed and recovered. On July 13th of 2019, after this evidence had been known, what did the Sheriff's Office do?
I believe it was Investigator Stubbs who applied for and was granted an arrest warrant for the defendant for murder.
And Sergeant, do you see Andre McDonald in this photo?
I do.
Would you please point to him and tell us the
Sure.
item of clothing he's wearing?
Andre's wearing a pink shirt, looks like a blue jacket, pattern tie, and I can't see his shoes, but that's sitting adjacent to Mr. Convery.
And record will reflect that you've identified him for this cause. We'll pass.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hunter.
One of the first questions that was asked of you was with respect to your involvement on March 2nd, 2019, and your question back to the prosecutor was about the surveillance. Do you remember that?
Mr.
Your question back to the prosecutor was about surveillance. Do you remember asking that?
Correct.
You were overseeing several different aspects of this investigation on March 2nd, correct?
That is correct.
And one of those was surveillance.
No, I was not specifically detailed to the surveillance.
But you were in charge of directing people to take care of surveillance, correct?
I would not classify it as directing people. I may have had some input, but that was basically being ran by the SHOT team.
It was being run by the SHOT team?
Yes.
And the SHOT team is what Detective Tobelman was assigned to, correct?
Sergeant Tobelman?
Sergeant.
Yes.
And so that's the group of people that followed Andre McDonald to Nagel's gun store.
Yes, I'm not sure if the whole group actually followed him, but yes, a portion of that group did.
Okay. Now, I want to ask you a little bit about Sergeant or Deputy Lozano's testimony. But first, I have a question for you. You all had a command terminal set up at Overlook. Is that right?
At some point, yes.
And by that, that's a temporary office for an emergency situation or an ongoing investigation?
Yeah, it's like a big trailer, basically.
That's what I kind of wanted to ask about here. Call your attention to States 225. Is it that trailer?
That looks like it, yes.
Okay, so it's just kind of a little outpost.
It's yeah, I guess definitive, like little, it's a pretty big trailer.
And who would have been set up in that? Well, where was that over on Outlaw?
Lots of people. I couldn't say particularly.
Were you working out of that trailer?
I may have, no. To answer your question, generally, no. But I may have gone there a few times, but no.
Okay. In terms of the organizational structure of running an operation this big, you obviously had a large role, but there were others that would have been above you in the chain of command?
Correct.
And can you identify those people for us?
Chief Sanford, Chief Bennett at the time, obviously the sheriff, Captain Molina, Lieutenant Fred Valetti, and Lieutenant Took. There's probably some more too.
Okay. And in fact, Javier Salazar himself was with you for the execution of the search warrant on March 2nd, right?
Yes.
That's not common. The sheriff doesn't personally execute warrants very often, does he?
I would not say it's uncommon. I would not say percentage-wise. It's possible that he's there, but I wouldn't say
low percentage. Right?
Yes, but I wouldn't say it's uncommon.
Okay. Now, you had referred a couple of times to some reports. May I take a look at those reports that you have?
Sure.
May I approach the witness?
Oh, sorry.
And when were these reports authored?
The one on the 12th, I'm not sure.
I see. The report times here are correct, 7/12/2019.
Right.
And January 11th, 2021.
Correct.
Okay. So you did not generate any report out of your investigative work on March 2nd, 2019 at the Solitude Cove residence?
Not to the best of my knowledge, no.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm not seeing these reports. I request that the state produce a copy for us to be able to review.
And Your Honor, I wanted to see you, but I gave Mr. Long one time.
We have.
That was going on behind the scenes while I was speaking with Sergeant Mayo. Thank you. So, you were aware that there were surveillance operations going on with Mr. McDonald on the 2nd?
I would say aware is a good word, yes.
Do you know when those operations began?
Second, the time exactly, I do not know.
Okay. And are you aware at what point in Mr. McDonald's day they commenced? I mean, did they follow him around the whole day? Do you have a sense about that?
So I know for a fact it was, I believe, after the damage had been caused to his garage door.
And you say that. Why do you say that?
That's just what my memory is telling me.
Okay, but I mean, here's a better way of putting it. How would you have determined that, not knowing much about the surveillance?
If I remember correctly, right before he started being followed, I think maybe Investigator Borg had pointed that out, that there was some damage, I think.
Are you aware of Bexar County patrolmen or members of the SHOT team or anyone else assigned to surveil Andre McDonald entering into the neighborhood where Solitude Cove is located at approximately 11:21 that morning?
Can you repeat that one more time?
Are you aware of anyone from Bexar County, be it a patrol vehicle or undercover or however you would have conducted surveillance, entering into Solitude Cove the morning of the 2nd at 11:21?
Specifically, no.
Okay. Are you aware exactly when Borg began his surveillance of Mr. McDonald specifically?
The specific time?
Yes.
No.
Okay. Now, with respect to the caretaking team that came out to Solitude Cove that day, were you aware that there was a welfare check that was requested?
Yes.
And you're aware that that wasn't requested by someone calling in concerned from the neighborhood. It was requested from within the department, right?
Yes.
Do you know who made that request?
I do not.
You did not?
I'd be guessing. No. No, I do not.
Okay. You were not made aware of it at the time that it was going on?
The welfare check?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I believe I was.
Okay. You knew that they were going out there?
I believe so.
Would you have seen them when they reported to the trailer at Outlook?
I'm sorry, what?
At the Outlook?
Can you repeat that one more time?
Would you have seen them when they reported for that assignment, when they went to the command outpost?
When you say them, you mean the people doing the actual welfare check?
Deputy Lozano and Deputy Gabriel?
No. I believe I was downtown at that point.
You were downtown?
I believe so.
Okay. So you would have learned about this shortly after they had received their assignment?
At some point, I don't recall the exact point.
You wouldn't have learned about it through radio or MDT. You would have been told by a person.
So, probably definitely not an MDT. It could have been by radio, it could have been by phone, or just word of mouth. I do
You
not
just don't
remember.
know?
No, I don't.
Okay. CID was already coming out to the property independently of that community caretaking exploratory team, correct?
I don't know.
You don't know who sent CID out there?
After the welfare check? Or
Right.
No, I do not recall that.
Okay. I want to fast forward to July.
Okay.
The property out on Speck Road is a rather deep property, correct?
Yes.
It goes back several hundred yards and to a creek, correct?
Sorry. I don't know if there was a creek there, but I do specifically remember that there was, if I am correct, another lot behind that. But I don't know if I ever went to a creek. I don't recall a creek.
Are you familiar with Musebach Creek?
I am not.
But suffice it to say, it would take a little while for you to walk from the gate all the way to the back of that property, right?
When define a while.
Well, it's approximately 25, 30 acres, correct?
I don't know, but yes, it is an expansive property.
It's not like a front lawn or something. It's a deep property.
No, not at all.
And we see all this vegetation. That vegetation runs along the fence line all the way from the gate, all the way to the back of the property, right?
I don't know if it continues to the end of the property. I don't know that.
To be fair, you didn't go all the way back there.
I did not, no.
Okay. Do you know if other people in the party did?
I don't know.
Okay. But as you progress east from that, it clears out into more of an open field.
East of that, yes. And you were talking about towards the soccer fields, right?
Right. So-
Just to orient myself.
So, Andreen's body was found essentially next to some vegetation, next to a fence line, right?
Tree line, yes, yes.
And, I mean, there's a fence that runs that whole length of the property alongside it, correct?
Along Spec Road, you're talking about?
No, I'm saying perpendicular to Spec Road, running all the way along to the back of the property, that fence line is where her body was found, right?
So I know there is a fence line along the area that Andreen was recovered at. I do not know specifically if it goes to the end of the, pardon me, I'm sorry, goes to the end of the property line. I don't know that.
Okay, but as far as that area that you explored, there's a fence there, there's some vegetation, and that's where the cow bones and Andreen's body were found.
Right, so, if I may, so right where the tree line is, if you're on Spec Road, there is a gate right next to it, tree line, and then, of course, the fence line, and then that tree line is perpendicular to Spec.
Okay, and there are trees and bushes and things like that that run all along that fence for a good ways back. You don't know how far, but a good ways back.
Correct.
Fair to say where Andreen's body was found is actually pretty close to the road and the gate.
If my memory serves me correct, about 20 yards, maybe?
You'd be able to see that spot from the road, right?
When you say see that spot, what do you mean?
I mean, if you were driving a car along that roadway, that portion of property would be within your field of view. It's not like it's past the horizon or too far away to see.
Are you specifically addressing the portion or the area where Andreen's remains were?
I'm
Or are
specifically
you-
addressing that portion of the fence line.
So, I don't know because that would take on a whole bunch of things, time of season, grass growth.
Well, and I don't, I'm not trying to trick you that way. Don't worry. Let me make it simple.
I'm a
If
little
you were-
OCD, so I'm sorry, I apologize.
I understand. If you
Yeah.
were standing in that field at that spot, standing, just being conspicuous, and I'm driving my car down Spec Road, there's a fair chance I'd see you standing there, right? It's not that far away from the road.
Oh, correct. Yes. Yeah, that's very fair.
Okay.
Yes.
That's all I wanted to be
Okay.
sure. There are places more secluded further along that tree line, further down, right?
I don't know.
Were you aware that there was another cow skeleton several hundred yards, or maybe just 100 yards further down that fence line?
So, I'm not sure at what point I was told, but to answer your question, yes, I heard that there was maybe 2 cow skulls there, and that's initially what they were looking for. But I'm not sure if that was the first night or the second day.
Those cow bones are much further away from the road and would have been very hard to see from the road.
I don't know where they were located at. I never went there.
You never saw them even from where you were standing to attend to Andreen's remains.
You're talking about the other ones that were not with Andreen, right?
The second cow.
Right, yeah, I never saw those.
Okay. Now, you were actively participating in removing bones, be they human bones or cow bones, from that area?
I was.
Okay. How many people were helping you with that?
There were stubs. I'm estimating. There was the doctor. There was the investigator from the ME's office. Several people, and doing multiple different things like handing bones off, putting them down on a table or tables and sheets. If I had to guess, you're just talking about that portion, right? Not everybody that was out there, right?
I'm just talking about the task of finding the bones and removing them from the
So
resting place.
I'm sorry, Mr. Hunter. So if I was guessing, 8 to 10.
Okay. The photographs that the state showed illustrate where they were found sort of just as you came upon them.
Correct.
But you all didn't grid it out and mark the grids with identification numbers and photograph each bone within the grid or anything like that, did you?
We did not.
There was no attempted archaeological excavation.
No, there was not.
Bones were being picked up, They were placed on a table. People were eyeballing to see, is this a cow bone, is this a human bone, that kind of a thing.
The doctor was, yes.
Now, the medical examiner was there, but my understanding is that there was not a forensic anthropologist on site, correct?
No.
And are you aware, was the entirety of the skeleton recovered?
Most of it was, yes. I can't be definitive about how many bones, but like when we left there, we were pretty confident we had almost the whole body.
And the condition of the bones, it did not appear that portions of the body had been removed and moved elsewhere, right? The skeleton sort of looked as though it had been there all along, and that's how it became a skeleton. All the bones sort of lined up the way they would look.
So I would say they were confined to a common area. That's about as perfect as I can be with that answer.
Okay. Pass the witness.
Sergeant, after you and Sheriff's Office personnel finished the first search warrant at the house on March 1st, 2019, did you and Sheriff's Office personnel leave the residence?
Yes.
Who was left at the residence?
Andre. I'm not sure if Maureen was there, but Andre, yeah.
Now, Sergeant, defense asked you about when the surveillance began on the defendant, and you stated March 2nd, 2019. Do you know what time?
I do not.
Your Honor, may I approach the owner? I'm sorry, I'm not going to put the photographs. No problem.
Is it all on this report?
That's all over next.
Oh, thank you.
Now, Sergeant, actually, the photo that we have here, it states Exhibit 225. The area that the remains were discovered, is this like a freshly mowed area, or is how would you describe the vegetation?
High. Pardon me, I'm sorry. High and thick. High grass.
So when defense counsel asked you if you were standing, one could see you from the road, correct?
Yes, anecdotally, yes.
Could one see either the cow bones or Andreen's remains in this high grass from the road?
To be fair, I don't know. I don't know because I did not stand on the roadway to check. Pardon me.
We'll pass the witness.
Very, very briefly, Your Honor. Obviously, you don't know much about what that property looks like in the wintertime,
I do not.
or whether it had been mowed in some period between July and going back to the end of February or early March.
Correct.
Pass the list.
Anything, sir?
No further questions.
Okay, thank you. Excuse me.
Thank you.
Your Honor, any questions?
Go ahead and take a 2-minute break.
Yes.
seated.
Please state your name, witness.
Your Honor, the state calls CSI Alma Barbosa.
Just to let the jurors know, this is the last witness. State may add one or two that were going to come this afternoon, but they had an emergency, so we'll start up tomorrow. Then we have your raise right hand. Swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Go ahead, state.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I am Deputy Barbosa, Alma Barbosa. I work for the Bexar County Sheriff's Office.
And then would you please spell your first and last name?
First name is A-L-M-A. Last name is B-A-R-B-O-S-A.
And so the jury has had an opportunity to hear from a couple of your colleagues, but just briefly in your own words, kind of what are your duties as a CSI officer with the Bexar County Sheriff's Office?
My duties are to assist the investigators on their crime scenes by photographing and documenting their crime scenes, taking photos, collecting evidence, making sketches, doing scans, or video of evidence on or the scene.
And how long have you worked with the Bexar County Sheriff's Office as a CSI officer?
For about 5 years.
And is that strictly the role that you've been doing?
No.
Have you done any other roles with Bexar County?
Yes, I worked the jail, and then I transferred out to law enforcement. I was on patrol for about 6 years, and then I went into crime scene.
And did you have an opportunity to collect some items of evidence and take some photographs on March 2nd, 2019 at 1042 Solitude Cove?
Yes, I did.
So when you arrive on scene, I guess kind of just describe for the jury, basically, generally the team that's there and kind of how they are maneuvering around the house looking for items.
So on that day, I was briefed by the homicide sergeant, Mahon, and he advised me I was there for the search warrant, and I would be, he would be directing me on what photographs to take, because he wanted photos of the new stuff, if anything new was located that day. So he said he would direct me what to photograph and what to collect on this day.
Were you a part of any of the evidence collection on the previous day on March 1st?
No.
So this is your first time arriving and working at the 1042 Solitude Cove location?
Yes.
So you're relying on Sergeant Mahon to tell you kind of what's different than the day before. You don't have any independent knowledge of that.
Exactly.
If you know, do you remember about how many photos you took in total that day on March 2nd?
I would say roughly between 150 to 200, possibly.
And do you remember the different areas of the home that you took the photographs?
It was throughout the residence. I think we began in the garage. We did begin in the garage, and then basically as the investigators are searching, I'm pulled to where the items that they want me to photograph.
May I have footage on it?
Yes.
I'm showing you what has been previously marked as States Exhibit 38 through States Exhibit 47 in numerical order. Can you just flip through those, please? And so States Exhibit 38 through States Exhibit 47, are these photographs that you took of the garage at 1042 Solitude Cove?
Yes, they are.
And do they truly and accurately represent the garage as you saw them and as you photographed them that day?
Yes.
State moves to admit States 38 to State 47. 38. 230. Oh, 230. Get the word out.
No new objections.
Public.
And so while you were in the garage and you were taking photos of the garage, was there a vehicle in the garage?
Yes.
And did you take any photos of any items that might have been found in that vehicle?
Yes.
Can I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
So showing you State's Exhibit 248, 249, and 250. Please look at those. And did 248, 249, and 250 accurately represent the items that you took a photograph of in the vehicle?
Yes, they are.
State moves to admit 248, 249, and 250.
No new objections.
Either admitted. Public.
So we're looking at State's Exhibit 248. So as you captured the photograph, the shovel in the back of the vehicle, is this how you found it?
Yes, it is.
Have you moved anything at this moment in time?
No.
So then, in addition to the photographs, you took and collected some items of evidence. What items of evidence did you collect?
I collected the shovel, and I collected a hammer and some clothing.
So you collected a shovel, a hammer, and some clothing.
Yes.
Do you remember where you found the clothing that was collected?
I did not locate the clothing. The homicide sergeant directed me to collect it from the garage.
And so when you collected the clothing, what's your process and procedure of how you kind of collected those items for processing?
Normally, we would photograph where it's at, collect it, put it in an evidence bag, secure it in our vehicles, and then we transport it to the crime scene bay.
Okay, and so that normal process, did that deviate a little bit that day?
Yes, it did.
What sort of step in that process kind of deviated?
I did not photograph it in the garage.
And so you collected the items, where did you put them?
I put them in the brown evidence collection bag, and I secured it and I placed it in my vehicle.
And so you said that you did not take pictures of the items of the evidence there in the garage. Did you take photographs of the items in a different location?
Yes, I did.
Where was that?
At the crime scene office in our crime scene bay.
Mayor Kirchner.
Yes.
Showing you State's Exhibit 251 through 271 in numerical order. Just flip through those, please. And so, states 51 through states 71, are these some of the photographs that you took of the items of evidence that you collected, and you took these photographs at the, what'd you say it were?
The crime scene bay?
The crime scene bay?
Yes.
And do these photographs accurately represent the photographs that you took that day?
Yes.
State used them in 251 through 270.
No new objections.
So, well, let's start with 251. This is a piece of physical evidence that you collected, correct?
Correct.
And did you label it in some way so that you can know which piece of item it is?
Not physically there, no.
Okay. Where do you label the items so that you can kind of keep them separate and know how to identify them later?
On my report.
What identification did you give the hammer depicted in states 251?
ABE1.
And did you bring ABE1 with you to court today?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Showing you what has been marked as States Exhibit 272. Will you examine the outside of the contents of States 272?
Yes.
So do you recognize what I have marked as States Exhibit 272?
Yes.
And how do you recognize it?
It's the evidence label that I made, and it details the case number, the item number ABE1, and a description of what it is, and the date and time.
And so where is this item kept once you collect it and place it in this bag and seal it up?
Into our property room.
And it's kept there until, I guess, somebody needs it?
Yes.
And so what did you do in order to get it to court today?
I traveled down to the property room. I checked it out, and I did a property receipt form.
Okay. Can you please open up the contents of the bag and just look in the back?
Yes. Yes, it is.
State moves to admit States Exhibit 272 and the contents ABE1.
No new objections.
It's submitted.
All right, Alma, can you please remove the hammer and show it to the jury? Now, on this hammer, did you do any testing on this hammer?
No, I did not.
Who's responsible for doing testing, if any, on an item like this?
Bear County Crime Lab.
Thank you. That's good. So I think you said you also collected some articles of clothing, is that correct?
Yes.
So, looking at State's Exhibit 263, is this one of the articles of clothing that you collected that day?
Yes.
And specifically, it's that pile that was in that trash bag that Sergeant Mahon directed you to, correct?
Yes.
So I guess kind of what was the state of the clothing when you came upon it and collected it?
It was in a pile,
So,
all together,
so like right now, the jury's seeing it all kind of spread out and open, it wasn't?
individually photographed. Yes.
And then State's Exhibit 264, is that the same sweatshirt, just the other side of it?
Yes.
And then again, 265, same sweatshirt, just the label.
Yes.
And then 266 was in that same grouping of clothing.
Yes.
And so looking at State's 267, what are we looking at in State's 267?
It just appeared to me to be maybe a particle of something, so I just photographed it.
So you just sort of like zoom in when you see something.
Yes.
And is that what you're also doing in State's Exhibit 268?
Yes.
And it looks like maybe kind of to the center, is that what you're trying to focus on?
Yes.
And again, this is all on that black Under Armour t-shirt, correct?
Yes.
And then State's 269. And then State's 270. What are we kind of looking at here, or trying to see here?
It just looked like a white smudge mark on the pants. So I just photographed it.
So kind of this whiteness below the front
Yes.
pocket of the jeans. And then 271, is that this kind of the same thing you're trying to do here, is capture the whiteness that you saw in the jeans?
Yes.
And then finally, the shovel 259. I guess we're looking at the head of the shovel. What do we kind of see on the head of the shovel here in 259?
It just seems like maybe it's been handled.
Does it look like it's like dust or
Yes,
something?
it's dusty.
So you didn't put that there, that was as you found?
No.
So those articles of clothing, did we ask you to bring those with you today?
Yes, you did.
And did you?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you what we have marked as State's Exhibit 273. Same process and procedure. Can you see if you have your identifiers on there?
Yes, they are.
So did you label, what unique identifier did you give the articles of clothing that you collected?
It would be the evidence label, the white evidence label on the front that has the case number, the item number, and the description, and the date and time.
And what did you label them specifically? Like, I think the hammer you said was ABE1.
Oh,
what
this
is
was ABE2.
So ABE2 describes the articles of clothing. Anything else besides the articles of clothing?
There's a flashlight in there and some shoes.
So the whole grouping,
And some, yes, it was grouped all together.
and you gave that entire grouping ABE2.
Yes.
Will you please open up the bag and examine the shoes? So the items in State's Exhibit 273 that you have labeled ABE2, are they the same items that you collected from 1042 Solitude Cove that day?
Yes.
State moves to admit the contents in State's Exhibit 273.
Your Honor, if I could just have a brief blood area witness. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hi, good afternoon.
May I approach you with a portion of what's in this bag?
Yes, sir.
This is not. I'm going to show you some pieces of paper that were contained within States 273.
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize these pieces of paper?
Yes, I do.
And they're part of what you collected that day?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to call your attention to this this blue ink at the bottom left corners of each of the pieces of paper.
Yes, sir.
Is that something that you all did?
No, that's the crime lab.
The crime lab did this?
Yes.
Okay. These were not on the original pieces of paper when they were recovered?
No, they were not.
Okay. With that qualification, I have no objection. No new objections to States 273.
May I have the list of the items, Judge? So, Alma, what do we see here? What item of clothing is this?
It is the black Under Armour T-shirt that was in the pile.
And is this one of the ones that you found, sort of the debris that you kind of did the zoom in photo of?
I believe so.
And then what are we looking at here?
The blue jeans.
And so I'm going to bring them up to you, Alma, because I
Okay.
think it does a better job than the photographs. Kind of the whiteness that you were sort of describing underneath this left pocket and even on the knee.
Yes. And on the side.
And is this the sweatshirt that you found that day?
Yes.
So I'm going to bring your attention back to the black jeans. These are fun. I know how you do this every day. Now, you already described for the jury how you collect the items, label them, and then put them in the property room. Did you actually make any individual searches into the pockets of these jeans?
I did not.
Do you know if anything was found in the pockets of the jeans?
At later time, yes, there was. At the crime lab.
Did you put anything into the pockets of these jeans?
No.
So, final item. The shovel depicted in States 259. Did you bring that item with you today?
Yes, I did.
I have a question. Take a look at 274 for me real quick. So in States 274, what evidence item number did you give States 274?
ABE3.
And so same process and procedures. Is this States 274 contain the shovel that we can see on the screen in States 259?
Yes.
Would you please open? So the contents of States Exhibit 274, is that the same shovel you collected from Solitude Coat that day that was found in the Porsche vehicle?
Yes, it is.
State moves to admit 274.
No, no, okay. It's a no. defense?
No questions of this witness.
Okay, thank you. Excuse me.
Thank you. Yes.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we're going to go ahead and break till tomorrow, 9 a.m. Some instructions, don't look up anything on the internet, social media, or the news, or newspapers, or TV. We don't want to have a police trial. We'll see you tomorrow.
All rise and adjourn this way, please.